Will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignation of Mr. F.A. Mbalula, Ms. D.P. Makatsi, and Ms. K.D. Matlatsi have been filled with effect from the 10th March 2023 by the nominations of Mr. M.D. Munakedi, Ms. A.P. Petle, and Ms. T.V. Tobias, respectively. The vacancy which occurred owing to the resignation of Dr. M. Tswaku has been filled by the nomination of Mr. Y. Techana with effect from the 10th March 2023. The members have made and subscribed the oath with acting speaker. I welcome you, honorable members. Honorable members will recall that during questions to ministers in peace and security cluster, certain questions stood over in terms of Rule 114, subsection 1, paragraph A. These questions will be taken out of cluster today in terms of Rule 138, subsection 5. Consequently, an additional 30 minutes will be added to today's question time for this purpose as provided for in terms of Rule 138, subsection 5, paragraph B. Questions to ministers in governance. The only item on today's order paper is questions addressed to ministers in cluster 3, governance. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. This was done to facilitate participation of members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, have been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the visual platform is unable to do so due to technological difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honorable L.A. Scriber to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. I have been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister, the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, members and the deputy ministers and deputy ministers. The guide of the members of the executive seeks to limit expenditure on travel and other costs The annual cost in respect of each minister, deputy minister, premier, and members of the Executive Council will vary depending on the nature and the extent of their respective duties. The total annual costs incurred in this regard will be within the purview of the relevant department. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Scriber.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, since the Deputy Minister clearly doesn't know how much the Ministerial Handbook actually costs South African taxpayers every year, allow me to enlighten her. According to the responses received so far to parliamentary questions submitted by the DA, the perks for ministers and deputy ministers contained in the handbook costs at least 1 billion rand per year. This includes 7.9 million rand for free water and electricity, 105 million rand for luxury vehicles, 144 million rand for salaries, 387 million rand for staff, 528 million rand for VIP security, and we are still waiting for a number of questions to be answered. What's more is that these perks all appear to be illegal. There is not a single law on the books that allows for a ministerial handbook to even exist. The DA has already reported this matter to the public protector, and if we win on this issue, ANC ministers will owe the people of South Africa billions of rands in ill-gotten benefits. Since the ANC recently held a whole year dedicated to Charlotte Maxeke, allow me to remind you of her words. This work is not for yourselves. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. Deputy Minister, can you name the law that enables the ministerial handbook to exist? And if there is no such law, are you proud that the ANC uses an illegal handbook to defile the legacy of Charlotte Maxeke? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I just like the way you have the ability, Honorable Schreiber, of really managing to make analysis of things. But the way you are subjectively analyzing doesn't actually help the people of this country to understand how government is actually run. You have to know how to compare apples with apples. And when you have to come with an equation, it must be an inclusive equation. What you actually fail to do is to actually manage to articulate the kind of work that the ministers are doing in order for you to look at the tools of trade the tools of trade that are given to ministers, and therefore come to a conclusion that they do not qualify for these tools of trade. And let me tell you something about the Ministerial Handbook. It's a policy document that was actually adopted even from the previous government. It was okay when it was the ministers of apartheid that actually benefited, and it actually helps you to see ministers of today, because it's us.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
For you to understand.
Deputy Minister.
Comfortable in our positions. And also what you need to actually do is to know how to actually compare the three arms of state. Sometimes you don't even look at what is happening in the judiciary, the kind of perks that the judiciary has got, and compare. And that's why I'm saying compare apples with apples. Don't become selective.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members of Parliament, Mr. Scriber, Mr. Scriber, you posed a question to the Deputy Minister, but your interjections could not allow her to be able to answer as she would want to. Even if you are not happy with the answers that she's providing, There are other processes that you need to follow, Mr. Scriber. You are not listening to me. You are not listening to me. You are doing what you did to the deputy minister, please. If you are not happy with the answers, you know what processes to follow. But please, let us not disturb the flow of the debate. I mean,
It is no answer.
the answers that are being provided here are not necessarily provided to us as members of parliament. They're also provided to the public at large. So let's give them that opportunity to get to know what is taking place in our parliament. Thank you very much. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Kibi.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, what are the working conditions of executive members and why do they require a certain level of support as described by Ministerial handbook? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Kibi. Members of the executive have a constitutional mandate and statutory obligations in respect of their fundamental roles and responsibilities. As members of the executive, they are required to, amongst others, ensure that matters within their functional areas are properly managed, being accountable to Parliament, the President, Cabinet, and the country at large. Tools of trade provided to ministers, to members of the executive, enable them to meet with ease demands in line with the positions they occupy. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question is by the Honorable Dana.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I must say, I'm quite shocked at hearing the Deputy Minister comparing perks with perks while there are people starving in this country. But speaking of lifestyles, the promise of lifestyle audits for public sector employees have been made numerous times, and there are here and there some departments, when we ask questions with regarding to lifestyle audits, there are some departments that say they have started rolling out lifestyle audits, but the perception is that lifestyle audits is not a priority for the department. So I would like to know from the Deputy Minister, is lifestyle audits a priority for this department? Is there a time set by when lifestyle audits for all departments must be finalized? Will these results be made available to the public? And how will this be handled as a priority by this department in order to ensure that fraud and corruption is curbed in the public service? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think the member is already on the second question of lifestyle audits. But she wants to know if we prioritize lifestyle audits. Yes, we do. And I will actually be expatiating on this when we deal with the second question, question number 164.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Tabekulu.
Chairperson, if I may take the question on behalf of Inkosi.
Yeah,
Thank you,
we'll
Chair.
finish.
Honorable Deputy Minister, the other key focus area here is the need for the reconfiguration of the executive, as the President has been alluding for the past few weeks. Now, DPS has been quite involved in this process. And so what I want to check, DM, is whether did you produce as the department a report on the review of the reconfiguration of the executive, and have you submitted such report to the President? Because there's a lack of clarity as to whether you've actually done that, and if you have, when did you do it, and did you submit it to the President? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Klengwa of the IFP. When you actually talk about the size of the executive, indeed, it's something that's not within my competency. You understand very well, it has got to do with the President, but you also mentioned the micro configuration of government as to whether such a report has actually been submitted to Cabinet. It has been submitted to Cabinet. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Question number 149 has been asked by the Honorable H. Mkalipi to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I've been informed that The Deputy Minister will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honorable members. Having declared the national state of disaster, and after consultation with relevant cabinet members, the Minister of COGTA published the regulations in terms of Section 27(2) of the Disaster Management Act on Tuesday, the 28th of February, 2023, as short and medium-term interventions. The regulations aim to protect and provide relief to the public and to deal with the destructive nature and other effects of the disaster by, amongst others, minimizing the impact of load shedding on livelihoods, the economy, policing functions, national security, security services, education services, health, water services, food security, and so on. Reducing and managing the impact of load shedding on service delivery and support life-saving and specified critical infrastructure. Providing measures to enable the connection of new generation and supply, and providing measures to improve ESCOM's plant performance. So as a matter of emphasis, it's important to state that cooperation between the spheres of government would be crucial in executing the disaster management regulations as stipulated earlier. All institutions across government for the duration of the declared national state of disaster within their available resources will adopt energy saving measures to contain the effects of load shedding, ensure continuous operation of health facilities, water infrastructure, and other essential services, release and mobilize resources, including human resources, equipment, etc., release their personnel for the rendering of emergency services, and provide for this purpose, subject to affordability. The regulations therefore empower relevant ministers to issue directions to augment the regulations for the purpose of giving effect to the objects of the disaster regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question is by the Honorable Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Deputy Minister, the electricity crisis is not new and is also not natural disaster. When the country experienced first electricity blackout in 2007, ESCOM had issued warnings that because of electrification of majority of households that were previously excluded during apartheid, the supply of electricity that had surpassed demand in the past was being overtaken. Medupe and Kusile were supposed to be completed long time ago. ESCOM deliberately reduced maintenance spending, and consequently, power stations are breaking down, causing load shedding. Deputy Minister, is the President not abusing the Disaster Management Act by that you and the Minister of being a Minister of COGTA must sign a deal with incompetence and mismanagement of ESCOM? And will the use of Disaster Management Act not open a space for industrial scale corruption like we saw with COVID corruption? That is a question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I think that we need to engage objectively with what the impact of load shedding is on various aspects of society. Indeed, when we have load shedding that affects hospitals, it puts lives at risk. Indeed, when we have load shedding that impacts on water reservoirs, it impacts on people's access to basic resources such as water. And indeed, when farmers stand up and complain that in fact this could impact on their farming activities and therefore impact on food security in the country, the impact of load shedding therefore is a disaster. So objectively, I think, Honorable Mkalipi, it's important that we engage with what the impact of load shedding is on society, on communities, on the economy, on lives, and on livelihoods. And then say, was it relevant for the President to make the announcement as declared by the Minister of COGTA? And I would argue that in fact it was correct. The question is, how do you ensure that you mitigate against malfeasance when such possibly occurs? And that is a matter that both the executive and Parliament should continuously apply our minds to, based on the previous reports around possible malfeasance and abuse of legislation that seeks to deal with the impact of load shedding on society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable J. Spies.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, can you provide us with the details of the engagements held with all the relevant stakeholders at provincial and local level, including premiers, MECs, DGs of provincial departments, mayors, and municipal managers to discuss concerns and contingencies with regard to the recently declared state of disaster and to guide them on avoiding financial liabilities when accessing funds for assistance? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. In the short period that I've been here, there are a few things I can confirm. The first, of course, is that a letter was received from the Honorable Premier of the Western Cape requesting that a state of disaster be declared to mitigate the impact of load shedding on society. That I can confirm. I can confirm that in the few weeks that I've been here, there's also been confirmation of the fact that there was a meeting of the President's Coordinating Council that involves all premiers, South African Local Government Association, and relevant cabinet ministers to engage with matters related to load shedding. So was the engagement, I certainly can confirm that, but I'm sure the Honorable Member would appreciate that to the extent that she requires detail, I would need to do a bit more research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable F.D. Plaza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, addressing the load shedding crisis requires multiple role players, and electricity users are critical in resolving the problem. What role should citizens play in supporting the national disaster intervention to reduce energy demand to lower load shedding? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you once again, House Chair. Whilst appreciating that, in fact, the energy crisis is primarily as a result of challenges on the supply side, based on the underperformance of ESCOM's generating capacity, and of course, the low energy availability factor, we also have to appreciate that, in fact, we can collectively make a contribution on the demand side to mitigate both the impact of load shedding on communities, but also to mitigate the impact on the environment and the reduction of CO2 emissions by instituting a number of initiatives that we can undertake as business and indeed as households. And these would include a reduction of consumption, particularly through switching off geysers and load management within households and business, working with our municipalities on load reduction efforts, installation of energy efficient installations, such as LED lights and other appliances in our households, preventing illegal connection and therefore reduce the pressure on the grid, but also take full advantage of the measures as announced by the Minister of Finance in the budget speech that indicated tax incentives to install, amongst other, solar water installation or solar installations in our households, but also efforts to assist lower income households by government initiatives to reduce load within our respective households. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question is by the Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, rising from the response, Honorable Deputy Minister, the ACDP, like so many others, are deeply concerned about the ongoing load shedding and the devastating impact that it has had on households, businesses, and the economy. And we appreciate the steps that you have said are to be taken to reduce the electricity usage. What, however, would be catastrophic would be a total blackout of the grid, and heaven forbid that that should happen. We see, however, that the state of disaster regulations permit various ministers to exempt certain areas from load shedding. Honourable Deputy Minister, what steps will be taken, working with the Minister of Electricity, to ensure that exemptions from load shedding are not granted in situations which increases the risk or can directly lead to a total electricity blackout of the grid? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. The Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair and Honorable Swart. I think I would agree with Honorable Swart that in fact, the impact of load shedding has been devastating and continues to be devastating to households, to the economy, etc. And the reason, in fact, primarily amongst others, that the decision has been taken to institute or to declare national state of disaster is to mitigate the possible impact of a total blackout, but also to mitigate the impact that load shedding has had on the economy and on society. Therefore, in terms of the regulations that have been published, it has been identified that ministers could be able to take decisions and issue directions that would declare certain areas as exempt from load shedding, but also to ensure that we mitigate the impact such that we do not get ourselves to a stage of total blackout. I have been convinced, at least in the number of engagements we've had so far, that I've participated in, that the objective is there to ensure that at no cost should this country get its point of a total blackout. And I can comfortably say that the efforts currently underway certainly mitigate against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Question number 157 has been asked by the Honorable James to the Minister in the Presidency. I've just received the message that the Minister in the Presidency, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation will answer from the virtual platform. The Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, you are saying the Minister on the virtual platform.
I have just received the message. That says
Question 157, Minister, doesn't relate to the Minister for DPME. It is for the Minister in the Presidency. It's not DPME. It's Minister Chavin. We are different. So this one, I'm responsible for DPME with Minister Marupini, and then Minister in the Presidency will be dealing with that. Thank you, Chair.
But we just need answers only.
They are saying DM Sonto is on virtual. Who will
thank
deal
you.
with it?
Minister Chaveni. Chaveni. Chaveni.
Honorable House Chair.
Hello, Honorable Minister. Are you going to take the question?
I will take the question, Honorable House Chair.
Okay, Honorable Minister, please go ahead.
Maybe just to indicate that the financial disclosures and lifestyle audits are the prerogative of the President, as he's the one who appoints ministers and he also appoints directors general. But just to say, the issues around financial disclosures and lifestyle audits are managed in terms of the executive ethics code that is applicable, including the disclosures to the House, to the National Assembly, and the disclosure to the executive for the interest. But that question will be dealt with the President. When we received it, we have started engaging with the President on whether he'll want to include that in the performance agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Sorry, Deputy Minister, for that. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable T.H. James. I think a mistake has occurred today, honorable members. I think a mistake has occurred today. The security guys were not informed to come to work, and apparently there's a lot of work to be done today. And for the first time, it looks like it will be from both sides, and history will be made. The Honorable James. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable James.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. What measures are in place to continuously monitor and evaluate the performance of ministers and accounting officers in accordance with the performance agreements?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. May I request that I keep my video off to manage bandwidth?
Thank you. You can go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The President continues to engage with ministers on their performance and in terms of their performance agreements, and in line with the quarterly reports and the annual reports that are submitted to both the presidency in DPME and also to the Parliament through the portfolio committees and the select committees. And with those evaluations, he then discusses it at the strategic planning sessions and cabinet, and we are required to improve. But this question, in all honesty, puts me in a very difficult spot because it's the questions that must be responded to by the President.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, I think we will all agree, I think it's the Minister, we will all agree that the current mechanisms we got in place clearly is not working in terms of lifestyle audits. Heads of department, ministers, deputy ministers, others are not complying. And we know this is impacting on how we carry out our mandate. What additional measures will you put in place to ensure there's greater compliance by all relevant authorities on an ongoing basis to ensure that they comply, and of course, indeed ensuring that, of course, we are then able to hold them accountable?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Currently, the Planning Commission, the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation, and the DPSA are currently working on reviewing the policies and the implementation so that there can be a universal implementation, including on the financial disclosures and lifestyle audits. If you members will recall, all heads of departments and government officials are required to submit financial disclosures by a particular period, and they are not allowed to do business with the state. And in that regard, the Planning Commission and the DPSA and DPME are working on reviewing the policy to include the lifestyle audit on that matter. And they will then submit to the President for the decision in terms of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mpele.
Minister, given the importance of financial disclosures and lifestyle audits as tools in the fight against corruption, the recent allegations of political meddling and corruption at Eskom made by the former CEO Andre de Ruyter emphasize the urgency and imperative to clamp down on the unacceptable non-compliance by some senior officials and ministers in this regard. However, in light of Mr. Deracer's experience, that when he reported the involvement of a senior ANC politician in corrupt activity at ISCOM to Minister Godan, she was told, quote, "You have to be pragmatic and to enable some people to eat a little bit." Would the minister agree and concede that this government's anti-corruption efforts actually cannot ever and will not ever succeed because they would essentially target and expose some of her own cabinet colleagues?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Mbele knows that he is politicking. The allegations of Mr. Deracer, he was advised by both Minister Godan and the government to open a case against those he alleges are corrupt, either in the ruling party or in who are cabinet members, because you can't just make allegations. You must submit the evidence, and that there should be prosecution. And it is for that reason that the governing party opened a case against Mr. Deracer for not for sitting with allegations or knowing allegations of corruption and not acting about it, because it's an imperative on all South Africans to report instances of corruption when they become aware, to make sure that law enforcement takes place. As government, we have set up the Fusion Center to deal integratively with corruption and also forms of malfeasance, and we are winning that battle. And the compliance, I need to then clarify. The financial disclosure provision now applies to officials from Director General to the lower levels and those in the state-owned entities. However, there is no such requirement for ministers, and that's why the president, through the work that is being done by the DPME, Planning Commission, and the DPSA, is awaiting a review and a proposal of an implementation system for the financial for the lifestyle audits. And in that regard, the president last year explained to the House that he is going to announce soon a date at which the financial disclosures of ministers and lifestyle audits of ministers are done. The financial disclosures of ministers currently are managed through the Executive Ethics Code, and also because majority of us are members of the National Assembly, we are also disclosing as other members of Parliament, we are disclosing to the National Assembly in terms of the provisions that are provided for by the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number, the last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Komani.
I will take it, Honorable House Chair. Mr. Okay. Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa.
Order, honorable members, you are disturbing the speaker.
Listening is a skill, comrades. Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa announced when he assumed office in February 2018 that he would conduct lifestyle audit for cabinet ministers and senior officials. It has been 5 years since he made the empty promises. Is the president unable to introduce lifestyle audits for ministers and deputy ministers, because there may be situation wherein people have millions of US dollars in their mattresses and sofas that they use to finance their luxurious lifestyle. And the whole thing of waiting for commission of inquiry is to state capture given last year as an excuse was just a delaying tactics. Listening is a skill. Just listen, comrades.
Chair.
Thank you, honorable member.
Chair.
Yeah, yes, honorable.
Can I raise a point of order, Chair? My member was drowned by ANC howlers. We didn't hear her. Can you offer her opportunity again? This is very important, Chair.
Let's.
And Chair, I think we can see these people are misbehaving.
Honorable Kalepe. Let's allow the minister to respond. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I wish Honorable Mkalipi was not fed the question and she had asked it herself properly, then she could understand what it means. Because part of the reason I couldn't understand what she was saying is because the question was incoherent. But that as it may, the president announced the lifestyle audits in 2018.
Order, Chair.
Honorable Mkalipi.
Chair, I think the minister can't respond like that. She can't tell the member of parliament that she's incoherent.
Can't tell the minister how to answer questions yourself.
Member of parliament, Chairperson. If the minister can't answer the question, he must say so. But she can't say to member of parliament, it's incoherent. That is out of order, Chairperson. I take exception. Can you please protect us, Chair? Firstly, my member was drowned by the ANC. Secondly, is the minister. No, we can't allow the situation.
Member of parliament, is that your member?
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. I think, Honorable Mkalipi, I also have to take this liberty to protect you from your own self. Because, Honorable Mkalipi, before you make an input, you await the response of the chairperson. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what you are wanting to get an answer from, but the manner in which you go about it. You have requested that your member be given an opportunity to repeat the question. And we can only discern that from what the minister is saying. If the minister could not hear what she was saying, she would not be able to answer. Honorable Mkalipi, let us give your member a chance again to ask the question.
Thank you very much, and please don't.
Order, honorable members.
May you please don't.
Order, honorable members. Order, Honorable Mkalipi. Order, please. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa announced when he assumed office in February 2018 that he would conduct lifestyle audit for cabinet members and senior officials. It has been 5 years since he made the empty promises. Is the president unable to introduce lifestyle audit for ministers and deputy ministers? Because there may be situations wherein people have millions of US dollars in their mattresses and sofas that they use to finance their luxurious lifestyle. And the whole thing of waiting for commission of inquiry into state capture given last year as an excuse was just a delaying strategy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I had heard
Thank
the
you very
question.
much. I
had heard the question the previous time. The problem is that the question is incoherent in how it's formulated. But that as it may, the president is not delaying the introduction of lifestyle audits for deputy ministers and ministers. But honorable members will recall, president appoints ministers and deputy ministers from members of parliament. And therefore, when the introduction of lifestyle audits for ministers and deputy ministers takes place, we must find a mechanism of extending that to members of the House of Parliament, because we know there are those who wear overalls on top of Gucci's and Louis Vuittons, who are fake maids and garden boys. So the president has to make sure that whatever is applied, when he changes or reorganizes the executive, those members of parliament who then become available to be appointed, they also have gone through the same, so that we do not have a problem of undubious characters coming in because they cover their fancy clothes and their monies, their stolen monies, including the VBS loot under their red overalls. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Your members of the
Honorable
ANC
Minister.
looted VBS,
Question
not the
number
EFF members.
188. Question number 188 has been asked by the Honorable Buthelezi to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Deputy Minister will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The district development model's implementation evaluation was commissioned and conducted in the 3 pilot sites of eThekwini, OR Tambo, and Waterberg to identify potential misalignments between implementation and the intended outcomes of the DDM program. The evaluation also aimed to draw lessons and experiences and document case studies of emerging good practices in the 3 pilot sites. The department aims to further enhance the evaluation process through the following mechanisms. Firstly, to test the assumptions of the DDM and the findings in terms of relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, sustainability, risk management, and communications. And secondly, to ensure implementation of guidelines issued by National Treasury and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, DCOG, and their provincial counterparts to entrench joint planning and to the institutionalization of the DDM across spheres of government. A circular guiding the implementation of DDM was issued in January 2021. This process was followed by the review of one plans through an intergovernmental one plan assurance panel, which constituted DCOG and other sector departments. A circular to further guide the development of one plans was then issued in August 2022, based on the recommendations of the panel. The review process ensures that sector departments improve their participation in provincial, metro, and district DDM processes, and that the offices of the Premier, the provincial COGTA strengthen their DDM coordination roles and responsibilities. Currently, 31 out of 52 districts have reviewed and updated their one plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question is by the Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, considering that the district development model is a practical intergovernmental relations mechanism aimed at enabling all 3 spheres of government to work together, I'd like to know which other practical mechanisms the department has in place for all 3 spheres of government to work together to exchange best practices, which could especially be especially beneficial to the 66 dysfunctional municipalities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
The district development model is anchoring the intergovernmental relations process to the extent that it is about the decentralization of intergovernmental relations. Noting that, in fact, various other mechanisms of intergovernmental relations have been instituted by government. This includes the President's Coordinating Council, MINMEX, and other fora that ensure that we're able to share experiences across government and ensure that there is coordination of efforts within government as a whole. But coming back to the district development model, the idea was, how do you take that coordination from a national and provincial scale to the lowest possible level to enable coordination by all 3 spheres of government and to ensure that these practices are also shared with various other municipalities throughout the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question is by the Honorable M. Simango.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Deputy Minister, Deputy Minister, earlier when you were responding to one of the questions, I could realize that Honorable Mkhalpi is very happy because you got this. So my question is, introducing the new systems take time to mature as a new way of functioning. Hence, the department started with pilots. Based on the current experience, what measures is the department taking to ensure all sectoral departments
and entities are obliged to a one plan approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much again, and to Honorable Msimang. Section 47(1) of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act contains empowering provisions for the Minister of COGTA to either develop guidelines, frameworks, or regulations that will outline and frame the general conduct of intergovernmental relations in the Republic. Section 47(1)(b) of the same Act is therefore used to frame the development and gazetting of a set of regulations that will provide the legal framework for the institutionalization of the district development model across all spheres of government, and also the implementation of the DDM through the development and implementation of district/Metro 1 plans. To this end, the department will gazette the said regulations for public comment in the first quarter of the next financial year, and thereafter final regulations for implementation by all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question is by the Honorable J. Spies.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, the district development model is clearly not the answer to the challenges faced by local municipalities. This is becoming more clearer by the day. We have dysfunctional municipalities who actively resist Section 139 intervention, like our police municipality, who recently took COGTA to court for extending the intervention. The municipal manager blatantly told the COGTA portfolio committee last week they don't need an administrator. Minister, how will the DDM prevent dysfunctional municipalities from engaging in long court battles whilst the communities suffer due to no service delivery?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
The district development model was not designed as a mechanism of intervention in municipalities. It is a mechanism of intergovernmental relations and a mechanism of coordination and the development of one plans. Now, I've been out of Parliament for almost 2 years, but there is an intergovernmental, the IMSI Act or bill that is before Parliament. And that bill is intended to ensure that you ensure monitoring, evaluation, and interventions by both provincial and national government in municipalities. Now, that specific legislation is intended to deal with exactly the point that you're raising, and it is a piece of legislation before this Parliament. So unless members did not know, it takes me to have come back after 2 years to simply remind you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question is from the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, I agree with you. That's not the purpose of the district development model. However, the dysfunctional state of the municipalities, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm glad that the member mentioned Abakulusi amongst many. If you take Nongoma, people have had no water for years. If you look at a Nulundi vehicle that's floating around, driving around with a badge of IFP on it. What is the problem in these municipalities? Cadre deployment, corruption,
Order, honorable members.
corruption, looting, tender fraud. Okay, this is what the problem is. And bags of cash is moving from person to person. How is your department going to deal with this? And that's why, as the NFPB suggested, a credible process. Would you consider that? Where all tenders, procurement are advertised, who got the job, who they are, who the directors, what is the value, what is the itemized billing on a monthly basis in those communities to try and reduce or eliminate these levels of corruption, looting that is taking place. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister, I think you have captured that. Thank you, Honorable Member.
I've heard a few statements made around Ulundi, Abakulusi, and so on. And of course, Honorable Hlengwa and his colleagues are saying it is possibly incoherent, but might be true. I'm not here to be able to say objectively whether it's true or not. Just to say that when the district development model was conceptualized, one of the first things that we undertook in the department was a profiling of all the municipalities in the country. And that profiling included institutional, financial, fiscal, spatial, economic, and other profiles of the municipality that would enable appropriate action to be undertaken in the respective districts, so to say. So to the extent that the issues are about malfeasance, are about governance, the interventions are there to enable us to intervene. And to the extent that national government has to intervene, even ahead of provinces, we've demonstrated an appetite to do that in instances where national government has to intervene in terms of Section 1397 to enable national government to respond to those issues. But we continue to urge provincial governments to take the first step in terms of intervention and seek concurrence from national government. It should only be under exceptional circumstances that we as national government take the first step in terms of intervention. That enables us to manage effectively intergovernmental relations and to ensure that subsidiarity remains. The government closest to where the activity takes place should be able to intervene. And in the instance of municipalities, provincial government should be the first port of call to intervene. But as I said, to the extent that we have to do it, if a province doesn't, we certainly do have the appetite to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Question 159 has been asked by the Honorable Pumza to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair and Honorable Pumza. We have noted the unprecedented increase in the number of municipal councils post the 1st November 2021 local government elections that have gone into coalition governments. This was also the first time that elections in 4 metropolitan councils of the city of Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, Nelson Mandela Bay, and the city of Tshwane produced hung councils. The Constitution vests legislative and executive authority in the municipal council, and effective exercise of these functions is crucial for capable and developmental local governments. As the highest decision-making body, the council must steer the municipality, determine its strategic direction, and take crucial decisions. In practice, coalition governments have often been unstable in many instances, and these terminate before the end of the term, of council. Instability in local coalitions can have a severe impact as it may compromise the municipality's ability to adopt policies and bylaws, make senior management appointments, pass IDPs and budgets, etc. We acknowledge that we have a unique system of local governance within South Africa, and hence it is important that we find a solution that will be responsive to our uniqueness. We are therefore, as a department, urgently planning to convene all interested stakeholders, and in particular, organized local government, provincial governments, municipalities themselves, and other stakeholders to engage in a discussion around how do we stabilize coalition governments. Of course, the starting point is to enable coordination and collaboration amongst those that constitute these coalition governments. But our experience suggests that, in fact, the most appropriate mechanism would suggest that we need a regulatory mechanism to ensure stability and stable governance in the municipalities. Now, there's a member that says, keep the ANC out of it. Well, maybe I should say, and I'm getting distracted, but maybe I should say that, in fact, you should look at those who do not constitute the biggest part in the municipalities that seek to dictate what happens in these municipalities and identify where the crisis has been in terms of leadership and the management of coalitions. And history will tell you that, in fact, and this is contemporary history, will tell you that it's not the ANC, it is you and your friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question is asked by the Honorable Jim Pumza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Deputy Minister, coalitions are composed of different political parties with different philosophies and ideologies. What is the state of basic services provision in metropolitan municipalities such as Tshwane, Johannesburg, eThekwini, under coalitions relative to pre-coalition period? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Uthi ubampunza Honorable Mkhaliphi. Kwenze njani? I'm reinterpreting the question. Kwenzakeleni uma sikunama coalition omasipala phansi laba abakhokhela lama coalition abanenkinga. What are the type of problems that are being experienced in municipalities? And part of these problems have related to, amongst others, the passing of budgets, the adoption of integrated development plans, the appointment of senior management, and the signing off of projects due to non-functionality of council. But these problems have exacerbated to the extent that they impact on service delivery. I'm going to make a practical example of at least an experience I had. In 2016, the city of Johannesburg had a surplus in excess of 4 billion. By 2017, that city was in fact in deficit. It was complete mismanagement, misgovernance, and a redirection of resources in the wrong direction. The numbers, the Auditor General's reports are there to demonstrate that that practically is the situation. The result has been, at least in this municipality, a practical experience of a degeneration and deterioration of services in these municipalities. Now, if you come to the municipality of Tshwane, the direct experience has been a situation where the Auditor General's findings have been, in fact, very scathing on those that led the municipality since 2016. But then the evidence is there with the number of mayors that have been there since this coalition governments in the city of Tshwane. And you can ask that to the party that has been leading these coalitions and the crisis that they've given to the people of Tshwane. And indeed, the list goes on about these problems created by your leadership of these municipalities. But if you want us to do that, actually evidence is there. Actually, we can produce audited statements, both performance audit and financial audits, to demonstrate how misgovernance by the DA has collapsed these municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable S.A. Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Coalition governments often need to marry opposing ideologies. I would like to know what has the minister done to liaise with all political parties in order to develop an agreed upon strategy to maintain a minimum standard of service delivery should a dispute between coalition partners arise. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
In fact, the anomaly about coalitions in South Africa is that sometimes they put blue and red into the same room and create purple coalitions. And the experience has been that some of the decisions being made in these municipalities are incoherent. And this has been experienced practically in these municipalities where, in fact, the lack of ideological coherence suggests that what brings the parties together is more subjective than objective. I think it is a collective responsibility on us as political parties to find partners around with whom we cohere around ideas, around ideology, around orientation, and a whole range of objectives. Simply putting together a coalition because you don't like the ANC demonstrates that it has produced what we have experienced and I spoke about earlier. But as indicated in my response earlier, the department has made a decision to convene all stakeholders and parties. And indeed, this should be extended to political parties to develop a framework to govern coalitions. And indeed, it is our responsibility to ensure that even political parties develop appropriate frameworks around which these decisions can be made. I can at least speak on behalf of one political party that is currently developing a coherent framework to deal with that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the light of the fact that coalitions is the future of our country, and with the fact that councils are being brought for votes where a secret ballot is brought in voting, is the Deputy Minister of view that the challenge can be addressed with a regulation on how and when a secret ballot can be used, and to try and address the bribery as to protect the citizens of Africa that voted for a specific representative in their community? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
I certainly agree that regulations and a framework should be developed to govern and manage coalitions. But we must worry about the conduct of certain political parties. For indeed, a party that calls itself democratic to request its members to not vote with an X but with a number is an affront to democracy itself in those respective municipalities. And that conduct should never be encouraged. That conduct, in fact, is an affront to democracy. And at least if you wish to conduct yourself that way, remove the word democracy from your name. But we're also finding a situation where certain political parties are literally requesting their members to undergo lie detector tests so that they can determine whether these members utilize their conscience to arrive at a different decision where in fact the person that has been identified to lead is deemed inappropriate and a member makes a different decision. These members have been subjected to lie detection tests. Now that also is an affront to democracy and the choice of members. But I certainly agree that we need regulations. But if you would want to deal with conduct of political parties, look on that side of the room and not on this side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question is by the Honorable G.E. Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, as you know, Al-Jamaa is taking the lead in a co-governance arrangement in the city of Johannesburg, and it has been working well. And the last thing we would want is the interference of the Deputy Minister or the Minister in this arrangement. Do the Minister agree that he must not interfere, or the Minister must not interfere in co-governing arrangements? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
The ministry has not been involved and will never be involved in coalition arrangements. Those arrangements are made by political parties. We are currently looking at how we facilitate regulating so that we can create stability and certainty to our communities around ensuring that in instances where there are coalition governments, we don't experience what we're currently experiencing that destabilizes services to people and the integrity of the institutional and financial standing of these municipalities. That's our intervention. But we are not there as a department or as a ministry to co-govern or to also oversee how coalitions work. That is a matter between political parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Question 178 has been asked by the Honorable Mpiti to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. I've been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering questions on her behalf. The Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Hadebe.
No, thank you, Chair. I request that we deal with that one of 162 because the DM is held outside by something urgent. Please. Immediately after 162, we'll come back to that one. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes.
This question is going to be answered by the Deputy Minister. Yes.
Honorable members. Honorable members. What's your point of order, Honorable?
Thanks, House Chair.
Malachi, Honorable Member Malachi.
Yeah, thanks, House Chair. Look, I think what happened is wrong, House Chair. And you were very polite to delay making remarks to allow the Deputy Minister to come back. But we are all here for the purpose of this session. It can't be that someone, when it's their time to respond, they are not here and they haven't briefed you or taken the courtesy to brief the whips of the other parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Honorable Kalipi.
Chairperson, can we be taken serious here? This session is not taken serious, Chair. Sometimes the deputy ministers on the platform, they don't want to answer questions. Now the minister is here and you are not taken serious. Can this session be taken serious? We're here to work.
Thank you,
So
Honorable
she's here now, she
Kalipi.
must answer questions. This must
Thank
not
you,
model
Honorable
up and down,
Kalipi.
up and down. This is not Miss South Africa here.
Sure.
Honorable Hadebe.
Chairperson, with the utmost respect, the deputy minister who's supposed to respond to this one is Minister Tolashe. She's outside because there's something happened. She had to go outside urgently. That's why we're making a request to you as the chair that get the next question. When she comes back, she'll answer that. She has not run away. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sangwa.
Chairperson, can all this song and dance be discussed by the whipper? We all acknowledge that it's wrong what has happened. But Chair, what will happen is that all these points of orders and interjections, they eat into question time. So if it was 6 o'clock, then by any issue. But can it be dealt with that if you are supposed to be here, you are here, and that's it. Thank you.
Honorable members, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You have made your points of order. Apparently, there's a misunderstanding as well. Could you please? Apparently, there's a misunderstanding as well. The minister who's supposed to give answers is not here. There seems to be a mistake that it's Deputy Minister Pinky Kekana, and it's not necessarily the case. So a request has been made. I consider the request. We'll go to question 162. I also note what Honorable Sengwa has said. Thank you very much. Question number 162 has been asked by the Honorable B. Hadebe to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. And to the Honorable Hadebe. The Department of Cooperative Governance through the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent is supporting municipalities to implement the strategic directives of the Department of Minerals and Energy as the sector leader on energy matters. DMRE gazetted the amended Schedule 2 of the Electricity Regulation Act 4 of 2006 on the 12th of August 2021, increasing licensing thresholds for energy generation to 1,000 megawatt to 100 megawatts rather, which was later amended to no limit in terms of megawatt generation in an effort to deal with power shortages. To expedite the process and allow municipal participation in electricity generation, MISA is conducting renewable energy feasibility studies on 5 districts that will outline various sources of energy availability to reduce the dependency on the grid. The renewable energy feasibility studies are on the Eastern Seaboard, that is the districts of OR Tambo, Alfred Nzo, Ugu, and Herikwala, including the Amatole district. These studies are at an advanced stage of development and they're expected to be completed by the 30th of June, 2023. MESA is also supporting municipalities to participate in energy efficiency demand side measures. And this program is provided through a grant being administered by the DMRE. The grant is aimed at providing efficiency measures on various municipal infrastructure by replacing high energy components by energy efficient components, for example, LED lights, the installation of variable speed drives on water treatment plants and wastewater treatment plants. The support by MISA technical professionals being provided is through the development of business plans, conducting technical audits for municipalities, and also managing the municipality appointed service providers that are implementing these measures. MISA is also providing support to municipalities to implement solar high-mast lighting and not be dependent on the grid for public lighting. MISA is further developing a proposal to be completed by the end of May for the non-grid electrification program to be earmarked for rooftop solar panels on health facilities, schools, and other public facilities, particularly in rural areas. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable PM Hadebe.
Thank you, House Chair. Welcome back, Honorable Deputy Minister. It's like you've never left. House Chair, a crisis and a problem can be a basis to create new opportunities and to rethink local government self-sustainability in the interest of the people. Now, DM, I'm just giving you an opportunity to elaborate further. What are the short and long-term opportunities for local government and residents to invest in energy for their sustainability and as a revenue generating means for local government? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you to Honorable Hadebe again. Municipalities have an opportunity to speedily conclude feasibility studies and speed up the implementation of own local generation of electricity from renewable energy sources. Feasibility studies identify the readily available energy source mix, which when coupled with adequate battery storage systems can result in reliable grid that residents and businesses can all access. In the short term, residents and businesses alike have an opportunity to invest in rooftop solar panels and sell excess energy back into the grid. Municipalities also have the opportunity to create tariffs to allow for buying and selling of electricity. Furthermore, municipalities have an opportunity to attract solar panel manufacturers to develop plans within their jurisdiction in order to benefit local residents through job creation. In the long term, there is an opportunity for municipalities to enter into public-private partnerships for energy generation in order to provide long-term energy sustainability within their jurisdictions. The development of power generating plants in municipalities through PPPs should provide opportunities for local residents to participate. The energy mix with renewables will reduce air pollution and CO2 emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable G. Opperman.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, the President openly stated that he is not responsible for load shedding, leaving municipalities to deal with a state of disaster. In light of this, can you provide examples of successful energy demand management interventions that have been implemented by local municipalities with support from the department, other than the 90% of Western Cape municipalities and the city of Ekurhuleni that allow small-scale renewable energy to feed into the grid and compensate households or businesses that feed excess energy back into the network?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. My comments earlier covered a lot of the questions that have been asked. But I'd like to give you a few examples now that you have chosen to select the issue of the Western Cape. I'd like to say to you that, in fact, by 2016, Joburg was already at a stage where we were not load shedding up to level 2. That was in 2016 already. You can only guess who collapsed it. You can only guess what happened in 2016 that collapsed it. The city of Johannesburg implemented, amongst others, ripple control measures to ensure the management off-site of geysers and to reduce load. The city of Johannesburg implemented programs related to the management of smart meters and through smart meters, reduce consumption. A partnership that was entered with the residents. I spoke earlier about the programs that we have developed to support other municipalities, but I thought it's important to share these examples because these are examples of decisions, political, that have impacted on communities negatively. You can shout all you like, but the evidence is there to suggest that these programs were stopped after 2016. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Gaza.
Thank you very much, Chair. Deputy Minister, the challenge is not the demand. The problem is that the ANC government under the leadership of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa is failing to generate enough electricity that will meet the demand. Municipalities are facing a different challenge. There are more than 8 million indigent households who do not have access to free basic electricity. And municipalities say they do not have the money to cover everyone. Our question to you, Deputy Minister, is, are municipalities deliberately failing to give indigent household free basic electricity as a way to reduce demand energy? If not, why are there so many indigent households without basic electricity? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and indeed to the Honorable Gaza. I think it is important to restate what is in fact a fact, which is that the equitable share model allows for a contribution towards free basic water and electricity to indigent households. Municipalities, based on their capability and financial resources, tend to extend this based on their own resources. But as a basic principle, this government has made a conscious decision to ensure that indigent households gain access to basic services. To the extent that you have municipalities that are not complying to equitable share formulae, it is important that we deal with the source of the problem, which in certain instances has to do with basic ability to generate revenue in those municipalities, with basic ability to ensure that we pass balanced budgets, and we have a phenomenon called unfunded budgets, which in fact is an anomaly on its own. It is there where we are intervening as a department. It is in the identification of the problem, diagnosing the problem, and resolving it for what it is. But it certainly is not as a result of a lack of commitment from this government to deal with the issue. Now, as to the interventions by the President, the President has made a number of announcements with regards to intervening in load shedding. This includes, of course, the establishment of a Ministry of Electricity, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs declaring a state of disaster, national state of disaster, the publication of regulations to manage the state of disaster, investments through tax incentives and other capital initiatives to reduce the impact of load shedding and to reduce energy demand from households and businesses. A commitment to create a platform for trading with municipalities that allows feed-in tariffs. And these regulations have already been passed by NERSA that would enable those who generate electricity, particularly through rooftop solar, to be able to on-sell excess energy into the grid. These are both fiscal and regulatory measures, including, of course, institutional decisions that are there to mitigate the impact of load shedding and to reverse what we currently all agree is a crisis. But we can't place the blame on municipalities. We have to focus on supporting them and on ensuring that they are able to execute their executive obligations diligently and efficiently. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable S.A. Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, one way of reducing the energy demand is through investing in alternative electricity. such as diesel generators or solar panels, considering that these alternatives are expensive, which means that disadvantaged South Africans will not be able to afford it. I would like to know what plans the department has in place to prevent further inequalities between municipalities consisting of communities that are able to afford alternative electricity and those who cannot. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and to the Honorable Tellis. Firstly, I think that we all agree that different measures need to be instituted to deal with the advent of load shedding. And this includes, amongst others, investing in household, domestic, and business initiatives that allow for generation and the reduction of consumption from these households. Now, what are the measures that have been announced? I'll take us back to the announcements by the Minister of Finance. The first is an announcement that says that we will ensure that households, those that can afford, are able to access a tax incentive to enable them to invest in rooftop solar. The second is an initiative for direct public investment in poorer households to ensure that they have access to rooftop solar. The third is to find a way in which we continue to allow, and this is even beyond what the minister has allowed, or rather announced recently. But this is a situation where municipalities are enabled to generate electricity themselves and enter into power purchase agreements with private sector role players that invest in energy sources. And this we have seen being implemented in various municipalities and provinces in the country. I'm sure given a time and opportunity, one can share the detail of some of these projects, the design of these projects, and how these are being executed. And this is simply to ensure that we reduce the pressure that there is on the grid. I should say that as the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, we will remain concerned about the impact these measures will have. This is on the downside. We're dealing with the upside in terms of ensuring that we reduce the pressure of load shedding and that we eliminate load shedding. On the other hand, we accept that this will negatively impact the revenue of municipalities because they generate surpluses from the electricity they sell and cross-subsidize other services in municipalities. So you need a fiscal response to how you're going to mitigate now the impact this is going to have on local government itself, because we can't solve one crisis by creating another crisis. We must be able to balance this and ensure that this is executed, cognizant of the need to protect the economy, cognizant of the need to ensure reliable energy supply, but also cognizant of the need to ensure that we strengthen our local government system and its ability to deliver services to our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, now that the Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities is back, we will revert to question 178. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the House. Thank you for the question. In the reply of the question, in line with its mandate of regulating the socio-economic condition of women, youth, and persons with disability, the Department of Women, Youth, and Development, these instruments guide the stakeholders across sectors in designing programs and projects that transform the socio-economic condition of the youth, enable them to access sustainable livelihood opportunities. Some of the key interventions are being implemented by various departments working closely with the private sector, development partners, and civil society. Honorable Chair, direct to the department, the National Youth Development Agency and the Department of Small Business Development provided 7,530 young people with financial enterprise support and 30,735 young people with non-financial enterprise support. The revitalized National Youth Service Program led by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, together with NYDA and the Jobs Fund, confirmed a total of 46,695 placements in services in organizations around the country. These young people are working in public schools and early childhood development center. Chair, the private sector run youth employment service created nearly 82,000 work opportunities for young South Africans, injected thereof over 4.6 billion into economy, which is almost 58% of yes, young women, and 88% come from grant recipients household and 91% have dependents. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, I've been informed that the Honorable N.K. Sharif will take charge of the first supplementary question in terms of Rule 137.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, the question asked to you was very specific, yet you gave a very general answer, but that's okay. Youth unemployment continues to rise unabated under this government. The National Youth Service is one intervention that is meant to combat this, but these interventions continue to fail, given the fact that youth unemployment increased to 61% in the fourth quarter of 2022. Out of the 169,000 new net jobs created in South Africa, 167,000 of these jobs was created by the only province of hope, the Western Cape, in the last quarter of 2022. So, to break it down, in the exact same time period, the last quarter of 2022, the ANC government increased youth unemployment to 61%, while the DA created 99% of new net jobs. Deputy Minister, please tell us, when will your government start taking notes from the DA and admit that your government is failing to create jobs for young people? And will the NYS be scrapped, or will it be reinvented like all the other interventions the ANC sucks out of their thumb? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think, Honorable Deputy Minister, you would respond to one of the questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I can't be educated by the minority party, unfortunately. You must win elections before you teach everybody else on how to govern. On that line, Honorable Chairperson, in line with its mandate of regulating the socio-economic condition of women, youth, and persons with disability, the Department of Women, Youth, and have been able to develop national policy, legislation, and framework for youth development. These instruments guide the stakeholders across sectors in designing programs and projects that transform the socio-economic condition of the youth and enable them to access sustainable livelihood opportunities. Chair, in line with what I've just mentioned, the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, which created 1 million opportunities, of which more than 80% of the beneficiaries were young people and 60% were women. The Department of Basic Education Schools Assistance Program, which placed 287,000 young people in schools across the country, which those young people learning the national minimum wage and accessing meaningful employment. In conclusion, the National Youth Development Agency Chair and the Department of Small Business developed this. I think I've made mention of the 7,530 and the 30,375. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable A.S. Songo.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, what impact can the department highlight on its role in transforming the socio-economic conditions of youth to access sustainable livelihood opportunities? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability work with different government departments, civil society and private sector organizations to respond to the needs of women, youth and persons with disability, recognizing the level of violence and social ills and that many youth require support. There's a greater intersectoral collaboration and responsive partnership between the departments and other different line function departments in the social and criminal justice system cluster, as well as the civil society organization. Chair, the department advocates for and refer young people to the victim of gender-based violence and in need of psychological support to the relevant organization for further assistance. In case of youth who are victims of violence, they are linked to the Departments of Social Development, Health, Justice, and Constitutional Development and South African Police to access social service which protect or promote their physical and mental health, as well as their psychological well-being. Chair, the victims are also referred for empowerment service offered by social workers in government of non-government organizations. There are also help lines of accessible to victims such as Department of Social Development Command Center and SAPS domestic violence helplines, which are providing the assistance by qualified social workers and police officials to assist victims and survivors of GBV. There are also helplines that are run by the non-governmental organizations such as Counseling Service by South African Depression and Anxiety Group, Marie Stopes Clinic and Sonke Gender Justice for Rape Crisis, Termination of Pregnancy, or the GBV. These psychological social services are available to individuals, their family, and the communities. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Sonti.
Thank you, Chairperson. In National Youth Services Program, ihlukile. Into enza lolu hlelo lungaphumeleli kukuba akukho intsebenziswano phakathi kwendlela yokusebenza kwe-ND1 ke-NYDA kanye nezinkinga zabantu abatsha. Intsha ijongene nokungabi mathuba kwimisebenzi, izinkinga zezidakamizwa, udlame yenye yezinto ezibalaseleyo kwintsha yethu. I-NYDA futhi yehlukile ekuqinisekiseni ukuba iyafikeleleka kuyo yonke iSouth Africa. Igqile kuphela emadolobheni. Sithe thina kufanele le NYDA ibe nama-ofisi kuyo yonke indawo, nditsho koomasipala, kodwa lokho akwenzeki. Ingaba ungqongqoshe uzoqiniseka kanjani ukuba intsha phantse zonke indawo ibe iyingxenye yale NYDA? Nditsho umzekelo eNkandla, eNgwavuma, eKwaZulu-Natal, ngaphandle nje kokuba bezizamela okokuba bajongane nemiphakathi yabo. Ndiyabonga.
Sabonga, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability has established.
Order, honorable members. Could you please allow the Deputy Minister to respond?
Persons with disability are part of the machinery at a national and also provincial level. Through the Office of Premiers in 9 provinces, the purpose of the machinery is to plan, monitor progress on the mainstream of implementation plans for persons with disability. The President has further established the Presidential Working Group on Disability, made up of members as individuals nominated by the sector from different organizations and expertise in disability to advise, guide government in implementation of programs for persons with disability. The department collaborates, Chair, with sectors on advocacy program, consult plans and monitor.
Chair, we don't hear the Deputy
Thank you
Minister.
very much. You can't hear me if you're making noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Mkhaliphi.
Chair, can the Deputy Minister akhulume eduze kwe-mic ngoba angimuzwa nokuthi uthini question yethu le sifuna ukwazi.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Would you like to, Honorable Deputy Minister, would you like to repeat that because you still have a minute and 13
No,
seconds.
thank you, Chair. The honorable member is making noise. How is she going to help me? She can't hear me. She is making noise even now. Thank you, Chair.
But it's me who asking.
Honorable
You must
members.
answer me.
Honorable members,
Fine, I mean.
order, honorable members. I have always been asking.
Minister
the
Njani lo
House to be
angry
quiet.
on nomsindo
Honorable
kangaka.
Primrose Sonti. Honorable Primrose Sonti, kwenze njani manje?
Because
Honorable Khalidi.
Minister, ulwile kakhulu.
With due respect, I don't know why the ANC members are saying I'm making noise. That's why I didn't hear. How can I make a noise when I'm sitting alone? I'm saying with due respect. Chair.
Honorable Kalepe. Can you, Honorable Kalepe, can you allow me to deal with this?
Chair, with
Please
due
do-
respect, angimzwanga.
Yeah.
I'm interested in kwimpendulo yakho.
Please allow, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Please allow me to deal with this. Honorable members, for the mere fact that these responses by the deputy ministers and ministers are not necessarily meant for the House, but they are meant for our communities out there. Could we please make sure that during the responses, those people out there can hear what we are saying, what the ministers are saying, and the deputy ministers are saying. So I would allow the deputy minister to repeat that answer. And I'm sure I would not go back to this situation again, honorable members. Honorable Deputy Minister, could you please briefly respond again to that question? And I think
you.
it should not be the order of the day that we should
It's
go
amandla.
through this.
Nangikwazi amandla. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hope we are not going to be abused like it is the case, where people come and make noise and still want to hear the content. Honorable Chair. Chair, I hope we are not going to be abused like we are being abused now, where people come in the house, make noise like children and claim that they can't hear the content. How can you hear the content when you are making a noise like a child? Thank you very much, Chair. We are, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability has established Disability Rights Machinery. The organization of the persons with disability are part of the machinery at a national and also at provincial level. Through the office of the premiers in the 9 provinces, the purpose of the machinery is to plan, monitor progress of the mainstreaming of the implementation plans for persons with disability. The president has further established the Presidential Working Group on Disability, made up of members as individuals nominated by the sector from different organizations and expertise in disability to advise and guide government in implementation of programs for persons with it. The department collaborates with sectors on advocacy programs, consult plans, monitoring mainstreams, and programs for persons of such. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you for your indulgence, Honorable Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Dysfunctional.
Honorable Chairperson, I am MD Thengwa. Honorable Deputy Minister, the National Youth Service Program is directed and addressing South Africans' chronic youth unemployment challenge through disadvantaged communities. Considering this, I would like to know how the department has been addressing youth unemployment while struggling to implement the National Youth Service Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MT Thengwa. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Abonga bamhlengwa ngombuzo. The department's work with different government departments, civil society and private sector organizations to respond to the needs of women, youth and persons with disability, recognizing the level of violence and social ills, and that many youth require support. There is greater intersectoral collaboration and responsive partnership between the department and other different line function departments in social and criminal justice system cluster, as well as civil society organization. Chair, the department advocates for and refer young people who are victims of gender-based violence and in need of psychological support to the relevant organization for further assistance. In case of youth who are victims of violence, they are linked to the Department of Social Development, Health Justice and Constitutional Development and the South African Police to access psychosocial services which protect or promote their physical and mental health, as well as their psychological well-being. The victims are also referred for victim empowerment service offered by social workers in government or non-governmental organizations. There are also help lines accessible to victims such as Department of Social Development Command Center and SAPS Domestic Violence Helpline. This is providing the the assistance by qualified social worker and police officials to assist victims and survivors of GBV. There are also helplines that are run by the non-governmental organizations such as counseling service by South African Depression Anxiety Group, Marie Stop Clinics, and Sonke Gender Justice for Rape Crisis Terminated of Pregnancy and GBV. These are the services that are available to individuals as well as the families. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Question number 162 has been asked by the Honorable B.M. Hadebe to the Minister of Cooperative Governance. No.
No, Chair, we've dealt with that one.
Sorry, you have dealt with that one, it's
Yeah.
164. Question number 164 has been asked by the Honorable M.M. Dooley to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks to Honorable Ntuli for the question. As from April 2021, lifestyle audits were made mandatory for all public service employees. This includes top government officials from level 13 to level 16, that is Director General level. Great progress has been made in terms of the numbers of audits, and the Department of Public Service and Administration encourages 100% performance on lifestyle audits for all national and provincial government departments. Compared to 2021 financial year, there is an indication that great progress was made in the current financial year, 2022-23, with 71 of the 114 provincial departments in all 9 provinces conducting lifestyle audits, as compared to only 47 provincial departments conducting lifestyle audits in 2021-22 financial year. This marks an increase of 21% from 41% to 62% compliance for provincial departments in 2022-23 financial year as compared to the previous financial year. The participation of national departments, however, decreased as 3 less national departments than last year. That is 24 as compared to 27 conducted lifestyle audits in the 2022-23 financial year. To encourage 100% compliance, DPSA conducts training, interventions, and technical assistance to all government departments that are also provided with a guide to implement lifestyle audits in public service. As part of enforcement mechanism, non-compliance letters are sent to departments. In terms of rule number 22 of Public Service Regulations of 2016, lifestyle audits fall within the scope of management by heads of departments as they mitigate risks for departments. Decentralized audits have created an additional layer of assessment of financial information. Ethics officers are now in an excellent position to conduct lifestyle verification means on financial information of employees as it gets submitted. With ethics officers of fair with their environment, they are in a better position to make a call on final outcome of lifestyle audits, especially on unexplained wealth. Departments were given clear and specific timelines pertaining to conducting lifestyle audits as expressed in the guide on implementing lifestyle audits in the public service. The lifestyle audit process has been synchronized with the financial disclosure framework so as to ensure availability of information when audits are conducted to lessen the workload for ethics officers. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable MM Duli.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you so much for. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you very much for your response. But would like to ask the follow-up question for you to elaborate as to what process can be used to institutionalize vetting and lifestyle audit as a consistent practice in the public service for senior administrators and persons taking decisions that are procurement related for an ethical public service, and to identify public servants involved in maladministration. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thanks, House Chairperson, and thanks for the follow-up question, Honorable Mantuli. The DPSA does not have a mandate on vetting public service employees. This is the competency of the State Security Agency. Such responses should be handled by the said department. Since April 2021, it became compulsory for national departments, provincial departments, and government components to conduct lifestyle audits on all public service employees. The DPSA provides implementation support to departments, including senior administrators and procurement personnel, on how to implement lifestyle audits, especially when conducting lifestyle reviews and lifestyle investigations. To institutionalize lifestyle audits, the Department of Public Service and Administration each year in October, November, issues a circular and a report template to departments to facilitate implementation of lifestyle audits in the public service. Reports are submitted end of January each year, and the information is used to produce an annual report on the compliance of government departments on lifestyle audits, in accordance with Rule 22 of the Public Service Regulations of 2016. This report is presented to the Portfolio Committee in Parliament, where non-compliant departments are identified. The Department of Public Service and Administration is currently consulting with National Treasury, the Department of Cooperative Governance, and the South African Local Government Association to adopt regulations for lifestyle audits under the Public Administration Act of 2014, so as to extend this requirement to all spheres of government. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Dr. M.M. Gondwe.
Yeah, Leboga, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, it has become abundantly clear that 7 out of the 8 ANC-run provinces are ignoring the President's announcement in relation to the introduction of mandatory lifestyle audits for public servants because they're afraid of what they will uncover. Now your department wants to rope in the SIU to conduct lifestyle audits on behalf of non-compliant government departments such as the Presidency and National Treasury. Is this, coupled with the ongoing discipline management crisis in the public service, not indicative of the fact that the DPSA is completely failing in its mandate to enforce compliance with norms and standards within the public service? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The Honorable Member of the Democratic Alliance I'm not sure where you're getting your statistics from, because in terms of the report that I've just presented, I've indicated that in terms of the provinces, 71 out of the 114 provincial government departments have actually complied. And I've actually indicated even the percentage to say it's 62%. Now you're coming here, you're reporting to say that 8 of the provincial government departments that are under the African National Congress do not comply. So what is important is really listening to the responses in a manner that we can meaningfully engage, rather than grandstanding and coming with information that is actually not true. And basically, you're talking about the norms and standards. We have actually—
Honorable members, you have asked a question, allow the deputy minister to respond, please.
We have that framework for norms and standards. It's completely, it has been adopted by cabinet. We now have ethics officers in all government departments. This is how serious we are in terms of ensuring that we fight corruption. And we are not actually just lip servicing to this. We are very serious about it, and you can actually see it. If, of course, you develop eyes, you can see it in a manner of the kind of provisions that we actually make to ensure that we enforce. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. That supplementary question will be asked by Honorable C. Mutsipe. Are you Honorable Mutsipe?
Thank you,
Are you
House
Honorable
Chair.
Mutsipe?
My
Honorable
name is Honorable Shele Mukhotu.
Okay, can just wait. If then you are standing in for her, please do indicate, because I've got Mutsipe on
I
the-
was going to indicate, it is just that you interrupted me before I could state that to you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, has a lifestyle audit been conducted on Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa and ministers in the presidency? And why are we not starting with the president to demonstrate the integrity of the process? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I think this is a question that has actually been asked before. When the minister in the presidency was actually responding, you mentioned this question, and the minister actually said to you, the whole issue of lifestyle audits on executives, including members of parliament. Remember, members of the executive are the members of parliament. So these lifestyle audits are not actually going to be isolating only the executive, even yourselves as members of parliament. We're gonna have to conduct those lifestyle audits. And that was the response that was actually given to you, because, you know, within this constitutional democracy, we need to be fair. Let's not actually persecute others under the pretense of oversight. Let's actually do processes that are inclusive. And indeed, as a country, we are fighting corruption, and this is the route we have to take. I thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, order. Honorable Khalifi.
He is part of the
Honorable Deputy
executive.
Minister, don't engage. No, Honorable Khalifi. Honorable Khalifi. Honorable Khalifi, I hope you are doing it for the last time and the first time. Okay. The last supplementary question will be asked by Undabezita, Honorable R.N. Kebekul.
Chair, I will take the question of Finkos.
Okay, you may do
Thank you
so.
very much. Deputy Minister, we all understand that lifestyle audits are done to determine if the lifestyle of employees commensurate with their income, that is known. And we know for a fact that we have learned, in fact, from the ruling party that monies which are gotten from corrupt activities are smuggled through friends, families, and some trust. How can we trust that this exercise we have embarked on should be trusted by the public or is credible, taking into account the fact that your own party is involved in clandestine activities?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I don't know what type of a question this is. Things have been formed in somebody's head, and then they come and they present them as a parliamentary question to say that the members of the African National Congress have got families where they're hiding their monies in the trust. Really, I wouldn't be in the position to assist you in that regard, because when we get paranoid, we see everything as wrong. we actually managed to even create stories about things that do not exist. And I'm not in the position to actually manage to engage on that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Is it a point of order, Honorable Kwakube?
House Chair, the Deputy Minister cannot ask members of Parliament to not pose questions to her because she simply does not have the answers or does not have the desire to answer them. The reality is that this is the platform that we have of holding the executive to account. Whether or not she thinks the stories are made up, that's neither here nor there. This is the time that we get to ask ministers questions that are important to this House and to the people at home. And I think her posture in this regard is really uncalled for.
Your point is, yeah. Thank you, Honorable Kwakube. Your point is taken and noted. The Deputy Minister has responded. We shall proceed, honorable members, to question number 184. Honorable members, if you want to raise a point of order, do indicate as such. And I'll take it kindly. Thank you.
Honorable Chair,
And you know, honorable members, if the Deputy Minister or the Minister have responded and we are not satisfied with the question, what to do? And the Deputy Minister has responded. Honorable, tell us.
Honorable Chair, with due respect, I don't think you are correct to say the Deputy Minister answered. She said here that she cannot answer my question, so don't mislead us.
Thank you, honorable member. I'm happy that you heard her correctly, but she said something and we may proceed. Thank you, honorable members. We shall proceed. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Kalipi. Honorable members, the point I'm saying, point of order, the point I'm saying, she has responded to say she's not in a position to answer. I'm not going to engage with you. We shall proceed. Honorable Kalipi, your hand is up.
Person, angicabanga ukuthi uyayisiza le ndlu njengosihlalo. The speaker even last week spoke about the accountability by the ministers. And then also on the programming committee, we spoke about this matter. It can't be that the Deputy Minister comes here, refused to answer. And as the chair, you also said, no, she has said something. Why are we here then?
Okay, thank you, Honorable
No,
Kalipi.
Chair, please assist us. We're here to work and
Honorable
we need
Kal-
ministers to account.
Honorable Kalipi, allow me then to proceed to say that the Honorable Deputy Minister have responded to say that she's not in a position. I'm not in a position to force her to respond more than what she had said. Thank you very much. We shall then proceed, honorable members, to question number 18. Number 184 has been asked by Honorable Mbele to the Minister in the Presidency. I've been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. The Honorable Deputy Minister, Pinky, I'm sure Kekana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Mbele, the budget underspending is attributable to consultancy and advisory services for research projects, which is at the tune of 12.3 million. And the difference of 5 million rand from the 17.3 million rand is allocated to various cost drivers, expenditure items, outside consultancy, and advisory services as asked in that oral question. So the reasons for the delay is procuring consultancy and advisory services for research projects. They have been mainly due to non-responsive bids and bidders that failed to meet the minimum qualifications. So people could not meet those qualifications, and that's why we could not spend the 12.3 million rand. On what dates were the bids solicited? The integrated planning bill phase, the bid was advertised on the 1st of June 2022, closed on the 1st of July 2022. The review on medium-term strategic framework and development of the National Annual Strategic Plan, NASP, the bid was advertised on the 1st of June 2022 and it closed on July 2022. On development of the centralized data management and analytical system, the bid was advertised on the 30th of May 2022 and closed on the 30th of June 2022. On provision of services and support to deal with all other things, including the local government management improvement model, the bid was advertised on the 1st of June 2022 and closed on the 30th of July 2022. The last one, on panel of service providers, invitation to serve on DPME panel of researchers. The bid was advertised on 20 May 2022 and closed on June 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Z.N. Mbele.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, and thank you, Deputy Minister, for the response and the clarification. The challenge is that we are operating in a larger environment where, as the DA, we've been calling and advocating for the presidency to proactively facilitate and drive the pursuits of strategic public-private partnerships as a key pillar of economic recovery and growth. And the Deputy Minister might be aware that the Nedbank CEO, Mike Brown, last week Tuesday, indicated willingness and readiness from the business sector to work alongside governments in accelerating and delivering key structural reforms. As we know, it's in line with what we've heard from President Ramaphosa to say that the presidency is supposed to be the nerve center hub of coordinating, planning, and implementation, as well as what still seems to be a stalled commitment to finalize a social compact as a framework for a whole of society approach to address our challenges. And the DPME, in particular, through the kind of work that should have happened through this procurement, is meant to play a central supporting role for that research, information analysis, and recommending interventions. Therefore, Deputy Minister, these instances of underspending are delays to that progress, and they indicate a seemingly business as usual approach where supply chain is moving at a snail's pace and there's delays and bottlenecks and long timeframes. And we really can't afford this at a time of acute national crisis when we need smart, speedy solutions. So Umbuzo wami uthi, would you agree that things are moving too slowly and we need to pick things up? And what is new and different that will be done to drive things forward?
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. The bigger part of your question was an input and agreeing. And I like the fact that you agree with the President on reaching out to social partners and making sure that we have public-private partnerships, something that we want to drive. That's one. But two, you will remember, Honorable Member, that we have seen the hindrances, especially on supply chain and procurement, the ease of doing business. And one of the interventions that the President made was to get somebody who can also deal with some of these interventions and the bottlenecks in the form of Mr. Sipho Nkosi. That was the first intervention. The second intervention, which I think you'll also be very close to, it's our association with institutions of higher learning, especially as the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. In as much as we have delays on this project in particular, to enhance and make us to deal with research that can inform some of the government programs in the form of MTSF, APPs, and all those things. In as much as we acknowledge those delays, we have brought in CETA quickly to help us because the bidders could not meet what we wanted, what our researchers wanted. So we did not want to go out and then for apples and then get tomatoes. That was the issue. So we're trying as far as possible And we're working with our own science and technology department, including universities, to say, how best do we deal with some of these things to make sure that, one, where are we in terms of our NDP?
Thank you,
What
Honorable
are the
Deputy
challenges?
Minister.
and
Time
so
is
on?
up. Thank you
Thank
so much. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Jane Northcan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Multiple departments have a problem of underspending due to the various challenges. Some are self-created, whilst others are due to external factors. How does the department monitor underspending in government in the public service? And what are the common causal factors of underspending? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Naga. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation monitors the performance of departments through various monitoring programs. One of these programs is the Institutional Capability Improvement Framework, the ICIF, which monitors the performance of departments across 4 key performance areas, especially around planning and program performance, financial management, human resource management, as well as governance and accountability. And a key element within the financial management KPA is expenditure management, which looks at the management of unwanted expenditures, such as unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which also include underspending. And in addition, the DPME monitors the achievement of department targets as articulated in their APPs vis-a-vis their budget expenditure. This is done through DPME's electronic quarterly reporting system. Some of the main reasons for underspending in the departments include poor planning, bad procurement practices, and lack of project management capacity, which results in delays and lack of implementation of APP. So as the department, we are in the process of strengthening monitoring in these areas, especially in the financial areas, because we are worried about departments that surrender money every financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable R. Komane.
I'm taking the question, Chair.
You may.
There was some misguided report by the propaganda machinery of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa that wanted to claim that his decision to appoint a Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation was there since 2009. The Ministry of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is not new, but why is the department relying on consultants instead of hiring full-time government employees to do the work? Are these consultants part of the people who hired by the money that business gave Mr. Ramaphosa? And why is government working like a charity when we pay taxes for employment of staff? Is this not state capture? That is why this department must be abolished. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And thanks to our honorable member there. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, it's a very critical and strategic department, and you can't wish it away because it is about integrating planning and implementation of programs across the 3 spheres of government. If you look at what the DDM is bringing across the 3 spheres, comes as a result of this department in line with what COPTA is doing. So the relationship between the two, it's something that will help the planning and implementation of government issues are concerned. The second issue, this is one department that has highly qualified people. If one member of the EFF sits in this committee, we will tell you, we have specialists in various frontline sector monitoring programs, doctors and everybody. And we are proud of these Black South Africans and white and yellow South Africans who serve in this thing. We are using consultants, yes, on other areas, precisely because there may be other capacities that we need to strengthen, because one of the things we don't want to do, and maybe just for free, our department, over and above dealing with what the NDP and the MTSF is doing, we also can't turn a blind eye on what Status A is picking up out there, on what other rating agencies are saying. So whatever that comes, that talks about the brand South Africa, this department has to be alive to it and say, how do we respond to some of these
Thank you,
things
Deputy
that
Minister.
affect us
Time is up.
indirectly?
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I have been informed that the request for last supplementary question was not received. We shall then proceed to question number 153 that has been asked by Honorable M.S. Kaula to the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, noting that in the 2022-23 APP, the department committed to monitor and enforce accountability and reporting on the implementation of the NSP on gender-based violence and femicide by government and stakeholders in line with its mandate to the following interventions. 1, the submission of monthly progress report that are collated and analyzed by the department and quality assured by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation and the Presidency, and used to produce annual reports. Chair, on a monthly basis, the department presents this progress report that outlines gaps, challenges, and areas of improvement across.
Honorable Dennis.
Yeah.
Honorable Dennis, ICT just Mr. or Miss Dennis, please. Thank you. You may proceed.
Should I proceed, Chair?
You may proceed, ma'am.
On a monthly basis, Chair, the department presents these progress reports that outlines gaps, challenges, and the areas of improvement across the 6 NSP on gender-based violence and femicide pillars to various DG clusters and FOSAD as a standing item. And these reports, Honorable Chair, are used by the department as a tool to monitor and force accountability of accounting officers and afford them the opportunity to assess progress made by their respective departments in the implementation of their allocated NSP and gender-based violence and femicide targets. And they are supposed to take necessary corrective measures. The last one, the 2 NSP on gender-based violence annual reports produced by departments include the scorecards that further reflect the level of sector department performance across the 6 pillars of the NSP and GBV and femicide and recommendation for implementation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Oh, thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Sonti on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. The conviction rate of sexual offenders is atrociously low and calls for concern. This primarily because 40% of sexual assault survivors are children. More than 80% of children are sexually assaulted by people they know, and in most cases, the family members. This means that majority of children who've survived sexual assault are still living in close proximity to their perpetrators, What is the department doing in the interest of protecting sexual assault victims? Who are children exposed to the danger of a failed justice system? Thank you. Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As a member of the society, I agree totally with Honorable Kaula, with all the Sonti, I'm sure, I'm sorry, Honorable Sonti. I agree with her totally. And I'm part of the organization that deals with the matter outside Parliament. I really would want to say to her, we need collaboration from everybody else, from this house, our organization, and the NGOs, where we'll be able to further influence the policy directions and make sure that we close the gaps that are haunting all of us. Indeed, this is not acceptable, and it is a sketch indeed. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable C.M. Piri.
Thank
No,
you,
no,
House
no, no,
Chair.
Honorable-
Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Honorable members in the House, order, please. Honorable members, order. Honorable Piri, you may proceed, ma'am.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke tšea sebaka se ke tamiše molekgotla phetiši yo montshwa. DM Tulash, ai o phezu kwabo, o ba tshwere mme President mo ke mmethela matsogo. House Chair, my questions directly will be, DM, the National Strategic Plan has made recently development and accelerated the fight against gender-based violence and femicide with various social partners. As this is not an issue of the government, but it's a problem of a society as well. My question will be, what is the progress and the impact of implementation of the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide so far by various social partners and government as well? Ke a leboga modulasetulo ke re matsogo mme o
Thank you,
tshwere
your
thipa
time ka is up.
bogateng ba
The
tsene.
Honorable- Yeah, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the National Strategic Plan of the GPV and NSP has 6 pillars that the department has been monitoring since 2020. Amid the context of a deeply entrenched GPV and femicide pandemic, there are pockets of progress, positioning of GPV on the national agenda and making it a priority on the COVID-19 context, where the GPV and femicide was recognized by the president as a second pandemic requiring prioritization. While a summary is presented, detailed information is available on the reflective report on the implementation of the NSP and gender-based violence and femicide for May 2020 to September 2023. Honorable Chairperson, that can be accessed from the departmental website. The report identifies varying levels of achievement, challenges, constraints across the pillars. In the main, we have made strides, Honorable Chairperson. We have managed to institutionalize the NSP on gender-based violence and femicide to ensure that these sketch programs are embedded in the planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation cycle of government. Chair, the second one, the policy that elevates prevention of gender-based violence and femicide using evidence-based informed program and challenges, patriarchal attitudes and toxic masculinities, working collaboratively through the implementation of 100-day challenge. The legislative reforms that seek to enforce accountability and combat impunity, commitment to improve shelters of the victim and survivors of the GPV and femicide, accomplished through repurposing government buildings. Chair, increased advocacy on the set aside 40% target using public sector procurement. Some department has made good progress we can boast to ensure that the realization of this target We welcome partnership.
Thank you, Honorable
established with
Deputy
private.
Minister. Time
Thank you,
is
Chair.
up. Thank you so much. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable N.K. Sharif.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Deputy Minister, the monitoring and evaluation interventions that you mentioned is not working. After so many years, still not getting this right is not only embarrassing, but it will be a mark on the failing legacy of you, your predecessors, and of this government. I put it to you, Deputy Minister, that if monitoring interventions are working the way that they're supposed to work, then you would be able to pick up on what issues there are on the ground in police stations, in TCCs, in the DNA lab, or even the sexual offences role, for example. So, Deputy Minister, if this is the case, why haven't you or your department or even the interministerial committee that is supposed to be combating GBVF done anything to fix the myriad of GBVF issues we are facing in this country? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. For the first time, the President of the Republic and of the ANC, during the most difficult times of our affairs during COVID, he accept the fact that the GBV and femicide is a scourge. And that was for the first time. Chair, we realize and recognize the difficulties that exist. We all stay in those communities. We recognize that there are weaknesses. However, already in the Eastern Cape, a lab has been established, and we think that's a very big breakthrough. It might be little, but for all of us as South African women and our children, it is a step on the right direction. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M.D. Hlengwa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, how has the department made use of digital technologies in the fight against the increase in sexual assault cases? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Ngiyabonga Mama Ngombuso. Honorable Chairperson, already we have registered a very strategic partnership with institutions like Telkom and others, wherein we are trying our best to make sure that what we know and recognize in the world of technology, we can do better. Hence, we are moving forward with those partnerships in order to realize the society that is gender-based violence and femicide free. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The question number 1166 has been asked by Honorable VP Malumane to the Minister of Public Service and Administration, the Deputy Minister.
Chair.
No, you
Chairperson.
wait, allow the Deputy Minister to respond, then we'll make your follow-up. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson.
No, Honorable Sonti, Primrose, allow the Minister to respond to a written question, then you will make your follow-up thereafter.
I don't have any follow-up. I just want to ask you something now.
Oh, okay. Deputy Minister, you may take your seat. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, bakuphi ongqongqoshe abakhulu, why all of the day, all of the time, kuphendula deputy minister? Why? Bakuphi minister? Ukuphi uMama uZuma?
Thank you, Honorable Sonti.
Yes, ngifuna uMama
Honorable
uZuma
members,
mina lo
order.
asivota naye.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, let's assist the member. We have been informed in the Chief Whip Forum as well as the National Programming Committee that there is a cabinet sitting and they will request that the deputy ministers respond. Hence, all political parties are aware of that arrangement. For your benefit, I thought I must just explain that The Deputy Minister, you may respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thanks to Honorable Malomane for the question. It is the responsibility of the heads of departments and not that of the Minister for Public Service and Administration to discipline employees who contravene the Code of Conduct as contained in Rule 19 of the Public Service Regulations of 2016. If employees are not disclosing the required information, such as companies on the e-disclosure system annually, upon detection, progressive discipline is implemented. The ultimate outcome of a continuous non-disclosure of companies' misconduct is normally dismissal and is subject to disciplinary inquiry. The Minister for Public Service and Administration has a mandate in terms of Public Service Act, Section 16 thereof, and A and B, to write letters to the executive authorities of those employees who are not complying, to request them to take disciplinary action and to report the steps taken against non-compliant employees. It is in the purview of the Minister for Public Service and Administration to request executive authority of heads of departments who do not comply to take necessary disciplinary steps against them. I thank you, Honorable
Thank you.
House Chair.
The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable VP Malumane from the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, House
You'll take
Chair.
it from the House.
I will take this question on behalf of Honorable Malumane.
Oh,
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Are there senior management or public servants who have been identified to be doing business with the public service? And how does the state procurement process a certain financial disclosures? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Mgoeba, for the question. Through Treasury centralized supplier database information that is meshed with personnel salary information, employees who are conducting business with government are detected. As at 31st November 2022, the DPSA identified 6 members of senior management and 50 employees who are below senior management to have allegedly been conducting business with the state. On a monthly basis, the Department of Public Service and Administration receives data from the National Treasury covering all new registrations on the central supplier database for that month. This information is compared with PESAL, which is Personnel Salary System, to identify public service employees on the list of new registrations. The data also contains information from the Chief Procurement Officer regarding the payment received by these public service employees when conducting business with the state. When employees are identified to be conducting business with the state, the Department of Public Service and Administration alerts the relevant government department and requests the department to investigate and to provide progress report. Once it is confirmed that the employees is conducting business with the state, the department is required to open a criminal case, as it is a criminal offense in terms of Section 8 of the Public Service of the Public Administration Management Act. With the assistance of the task team consisting of the South African Police and the National Prosecuting Authority, these cases are prioritized. I thank you, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thank you. The next second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M.M. Gondwe.
House Chairperson. Deputy Minister Pilani Majak, no tangible action has been taken against the more than 3,000 public servants who illegally received grants. No action has been taken against the more than 300 public servants moonlighting as councillors. Now, the same report by the Public Service Commission has revealed that a total of 379 senior managers within the public service, including HODs, were engaged in other remunerative work outside of the public service. And only 203 of these senior managers, that is a little more than 50%, provided proof they obtained permission prior to engaging in such work. Deputy Minister, when will enough be enough? When will we start seeing tangible action being taken against public servants who are defrauding the state and brazenly flouting public service prescripts? When will we see action?
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Conte, for the concern. It's a concern that we equally have in terms of consequence management, to be in the position to completely deal with each and every one of the public servants that actually contravenes the law. We are continuing to build systems that will actually in the future manage to actually cover all that have actually contravened the law. I thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Matsipe. Oh, you come in again. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll take the question on her behalf.
Yes, you may.
Deputy Minister, we have evidence that Regulation 19 of the Public Service Regulation of 2016 is not working because there's still an opportunity to appoint people in public service who have business interest. The government failed a simple thing of checking if people who are being employed in senior management do not have some form of ownership in the CIPC. Deputy Minister, is it not time that we just make it clear that if you work for government, especially at senior management, you cannot be in business, whether with the state or not? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I think the question is concerned about whether we do actually continue to appoint people who have contravened the law. And we have a new system that actually manages to detect whoever has had some kind of criminal activities in the public service when they're applying for a new job. So they wouldn't be in the position to actually enter public service anymore. And one other thing is that when it comes to senior management that actually continues to do business with government, I think I've actually indicated as to the kind of mechanisms and systems that have actually been put in place to be in the position to detect them. The e-disclosures is one of them. We use also through Treasury, the central supplier database a system that is actually matched with the PESAL system monthly to see if there are any new registration in terms of the senior management in government that are actually doing business with government. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable R.N. Kebekulu.
Thank you, Stan. Ngicela ukuyithatha umbuzo wenkosi.
Uyavumeleka.
But Honorable Chair, I think before I ask a question, I should say that it's very unfortunate that ministers and deputy ministers will expect that by simply opening their mouth, that amounts to answering questions, which is not the case. And I don't think that I should remind the deputy minister of their own policy of stepping aside and who have been asked to step aside as a result of their involvement in council activities. And she's too low, I must say. I don't think she's proud of herself. My question, Honorable Chairperson, to the DM, I'm going to ask DM, is that I would like to know if any of the members of the senior management services who did not disclose their companies were repeat offenders, please.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
May I ask that Honorable Kebekulu repeat the question, please?
It's Honorable Buthelezi, you may address it.
Thank you very much. Maybe, Chair, I should start from my introductory words, because even those ones, I doubt she understood what I said. But
No, Honorable,
what is wrong?
No, honorable members, order. I'll request that you ask the question, please.
You're not going to.
Honorable members, he has been requested to repeat the question. Can you do that?
Thank you, Chair. I trust that I'm very grateful that we have dealt with that disaster down there, because I can easily handle the disaster just spoken now. I serve with him in the portfolio committee. I would like Deputy Minister to know if any of the members of the senior management services who did not disclose their companies were repeat offenders.
The deputy minister, you may, but I'll request members before, ma'am, you may respond, that let's allow when the question is being asked, all of us will listen, equally listen also to the response. You may proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi, and thank you for the aspersions that you're actually casting before you ask the questions. I think it's something that needs to be noted by this House. Your question is whether there has been any senior management that are repeat offenders in terms of doing business with government. We have not been in the position to detect such cases, and probably it could be because of the fact that action is always taken against those that actually contravenes the law, and they are then kicked out of the system. So there isn't any senior manager that has ever been detected to be a repeat offender in terms of doing business with government. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The question number 191 has been asked by Honorable MGE Hendricks to the Minister in the President's. The Honorable Deputy Minister in the President's. No.
Thank you, House Chair.
Oh, it's honorable on the virtual platform, Deputy Minister. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, House Chair. May I request not to open the video because of
Yes, you may.
connectivity challenges? Yes, Chair.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may, ma'am.
The matter raised by Financial Action Task Force related to South Africa are addressed through interministerial committees, including the Fusion Center, that is an integrated law enforcement center to ensure successful prosecution against corruption criminal acts. The government uses interministerial teams to deal with crime. The challenges have just been significant. However, government is to register a noticeable progress. This includes fusion centers comprises of NPA, Hawks, SIU, SARS, and financial intelligence centers. Fusion Center is established to improve efficiency in financial investigation related to corruption, fraud, abuse of power, and maladministration. Each partner operates with its own legislative framework, and mandate focuses in expertise, skills, and experience of the law enforcement and other competent authority partners into a single hub. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable MGE Hendricks from the virtual
Thank you very
platform.
much. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, South Africa has been grey listed, and the reason is of illicit financial flows out of the country, which is 50% of the GDP. Is the minister or the deputy minister prepared to look at the research that shows that 50% of our GDP goes out through illicit financial flows? And assuming that is correct, what will the deputy minister do about it to stop the illicit flow or illicit financial flows out of South Africa, money that can be used for socio-economic development? Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Government responses to combat unethical behavior, criminal acts, so that South Africa move from grey listing. As I mentioned, House Chair, Fusion Centers is established to improve efficiency in financial investigation related to corruption, fraud, abuse of power, and maladministration. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable T.M. James. Honorable Mkweba, do you want to take a question?
Thank you very much, House Chair. And thank you very much, Honorable DM. Grey listing can impact the country's reputation concerning its ability to combat financial crimes such as corruption and money laundering, as well as terror financing, which are deemed below international standards. What is the government's plan to strengthen the country's capacity and capability to combat organized crime and threats of terrorism, which are complex to combat? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. The Deputy Minister? The Honorable Deputy Minister, are you still on the platform? Honorable Deputy Minister?
Thanks, House Chair. House Chair. that's
Honorable
why-
members, order. Honorable members, order. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thanks, House Chair. That's why I mentioned, as I said, fusion centers comprises of National Prosecuting Authority, HOGS, SIU, SARS, and Financial Intelligence Centers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable JJ McClure.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, it is actually a joke that parties like Al Jamaa who fail to keep the government accountable ask such questions here. The minister in the presidency earlier on spoke about coherence. This question is incoherent. It shows how out of touch the member of Al Jamaa is. This question wants the minister to respond to measures if South Africa is in grey listing. We're already in grey listing. Read the question, it says if, we are already grey listed.
Honorable
Now-
member, the question is to the Deputy Minister so that she can respond.
Now, Chairperson, the
Honorable
task team,
members,
the
order.
task team,
Honorable McClure, 1 second so that I can give you a chance. Honorable members, the Deputy, Honorable Deputy Minister in the House. Order, honorable members.
ek eet julle lekker nou.
Honorable members from both sides.
Yeah.
Honorable members, allow Honorable McClure to ask his question so that Deputy Minister can hear. Allow her. She won't hear when all of you we are handling. Honorable McClure, direct to the question, please.
Must I start again?
No.
Okay.
The question.
Deputy Minister, the task team listed problems such as the lack to prosecute those being criminally charged and also the lack to identify financial criminals. Now, my question is, Minister, what are you doing to convince South Africans and also the international task team? Because you are speaking here to the international task team. What are you doing to convince them to make sure that South Africa will get out of this as soon as possible?
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Point of order.
Honorable Ho, Papu.
I want to rise on a point of order so that we don't have a precedent where a member critiques a question of another member before asking them a question. So can I ask you for a ruling on that matter because it can create a wrong precedent in the House?
Honorable members.
It can create a very dangerous precedent. You must make a ruling on that matter, presiding officer.
Honorable members. Order. Honorable members, honorable from the IFP and honorable member from DA. What I'm going to do from this side, also honorable Gweba as well. Moving forward, I'll ask you to leave the room, all of you, if you make noise, because you are not allowing me to hear what the member is saying. And I'll I'll request you, honorable members, to respect this house and even respect ourselves as well. It's a humble appeal. Honorable Papo, you may proceed.
You to make a ruling, maybe not today, where a member makes a critique of another member's question instead of asking the minister or the deputy minister a question. So that whether the rules, because there's no clause which allows that you critique a question of another member instead of asking the question, because it can set a wrong precedent in the house where instead of asking the question, you then make a critique of another question. Because it's the minister who must say that the question is relevant, not another member.
Thank you, Honorable Papo. We shall do that. We shall report back. He has requested me to make a ruling, not now. We will come back with a ruling. And thank you, honorable members. Honorable Maklu, you have asked your question. Let's allow the deputy minister to respond then.
Thank you, House Chair. As I mentioned, we have existing government
Honorable
structures
members,
in place.
honorable members, order. You may proceed, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. As I mentioned, we have existing government structures in place to deal with illicit financial flows, like your SARS, your Hawks, your SIU, and your financial intelligence. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Komane.
Thank you, Chair. I will take the Honorable Komanis follow-up question. And it's as follows: a cabinet under the leadership of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa does not have the integrity to coordinate tasks to counter corrupt criminal acts and unethical behavior when the president has millions of US dollars that enter the country without declarations to SARS and the South African Reserve Bank. And this is the reason why the country is gray listed. Thus, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa have legitimacy to speak against unethical behavior and financial crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I do get the point you are raising, Honorable Member. I may not have readily available response to it. Please allow me to go back and look for a proper response. Then I will reverse back to the House. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members. Honorable members, order. You may recall, honorable members, during the security cluster Q&A time, the minister or the ministry was unable to respond to questions. We will now allow for 30 minutes to go to those questions. Yes, we will do that at 6:05. The question that has been asked, we are moving to question number 169, that has been asked by Honorable T.S. Masondo to Honorable Deputy Minister. The Honorable Deputy Minister. Okay, I'll tell you just now which one. It's question number 169.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, in line with the performance reporting template, all government departments report on employment equity targets on a quarterly basis, and includes discussion around challenges experienced by department to recruit, support, and retain persons with disability in the workplace. Departments are urged to develop and implement reasonable accommodation policies that employees with disability are empowered and provided with the reasonable accommodation required to enable them to thrive in the work environment. Chair, the departments are also encouraged to ensure that all other employees, including employees on senior and middle management, attend training and sensitization on disability inclusion. All employment equity data collected from government departments is analyzed and included in the annual progress report on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, which is processed to cabinet for approval. Chair, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability coordinates an economic summit for persons with disabilities. The focus on the summit was on employment and participation of persons with disability in the mainstream economy. Access to opportunities for participation was identified as a major barrier. To this end, Chair, the department engages with employees to date, the Department of Home Affairs, Forestry, Fisheries, and Environmental, and others, as when employment opportunities and recruitment resumes, to ensure that the requirements for entry accommodate persons with disability. Chair, the department shares advertised posts with organizations and for persons with disability, and also advocates for departments through the disability rights machinery to share adverts with departments' disability forums to increase the reach to persons with disability. Lastly, Chair, the department continues to raise awareness and advocacy across government and within the private sector, including communities on employment of persons with disability. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. The supplementary question, the first supplementary question will be done by Honorable T.S. Masondo.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I have the follow-up question for that. How is the department ensuring its work with organizations organizing people with disabilities? And how is the department supporting them to improve the livelihoods of people with disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as I have indicated in an earlier response that the department has established, a disability rights machinery. The organization of and for persons with disability are part of that machinery at a national and also at a provincial level. And through the office of the premiers in 9 provinces, the purpose of this machinery is to monitor progress on the mainstreaming of implementation plans for persons with disability. The President has further established the Presidential Working Group on Disability, made up of members and individuals nominated by sector forums, different organizations, and expertise in disability to advise and guide government in implementation of programs for persons with disability. The department collaborates with sector and advocacy programs, consult plans and monitor mainstreaming of programs for persons with disability. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next supplementary question will be asked by Honorable S. Ngobo.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, your department has failed persons with disabilities in the country. You have failed to fast track the development of the Disability Rights Bill, despite numerous requests from the Portfolio Committee for your department to prioritize the development of this piece of legislation. For the past financial years, Program 4 in your annual performance plan, which deals with the rights of persons with disabilities, has been performing poorly, failing to meet targets and underspending. Can the Deputy Minister tell us why the department has been failing to finalize the Disability Rights Bill, and when will this bill be finalized? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
And Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. In my earlier response, I made mention of the fact that a summit has been organized by the same department to make sure we address what the honorable member is articulating. Indeed, Chair, at some point, nothing was said about disabled people, their rights, and the fact that they must be brought into the economical mainstream. Chair, in addition, the white paper on the rights of women, of persons with disability, which is in process to the cabinet for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable P. Sonti. Honorable Sonti. Okay, we shall proceed. Thank you very much.
Can I take the question?
Okay, you may.
It's network problems. Can you just accept that? As it can apply to your
No, I've given
political
a
parties
permission to
too.
do so, ma'am.
Thank you. And then the question reads thus, Minister, we cannot continue to ask the same question about discrimination of people living with disability while it continues. The discrimination against people living with disabilities, not only when it comes to job opportunities. People living with disability cannot access services in clinics, home affairs offices, and municipal buildings. The only way we will be able to stop discrimination against people living with disability is to put penalties. Minister, should we put monetary penalty to companies that do not meet their targets? And should we not move to discipline senior managers with the intention to suspend them if they do not meet the target? Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. From the onset, we can't agree on people who are not performing. However, we did not to be punitive, Chair, because the laws of this country outlines what needs to be done. So you must not be emotional about the matter. In agreeing with the challenges that we have, I've already alluded to the fact that, Chair, there is a process that is now before the cabinet. If you can look around, the buildings are being transformed for them to meet the requirement. The matter that the honorable member is raising is indeed a societal matter, which means then we are all responsible for that. We might not recognize the progress that has been done, but indeed, for where we are seated, Chair, there is a progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable MD Hlengwa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, whether the department has sought guidance from organizations that represent people with disabilities or relevant experts to bring vacancies in state, institutional, to the attention of possible work seekers with disabilities. If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you, Mama. I should emphasize the fact that the matter that Mama is raising, Honorable Member Hlengwa, is quite an important matter. This is why, Honorable Chairperson, we're working with all the sectors within the disability society. We work with the deaf, with the blind, even with those who are physically challenged. This is the progress that one is unfolding, and this is what we're going to achieve, Chair, working with the private sector and all other stakeholders. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are almost 18:04:05. It's 1 minute left. We then shall proceed. The rest of the questions, remaining questions, will be responded to in writing to honorable members that have asked questions. We shall then now, as I said earlier on, allow 30 minutes for Q&A for honorable the Minister in Defense. And the first question that would have been asked by honorable, by question number 5, which has been asked by Honorable R.N. Tebekulu to the Honorable Minister of Defense and Military Veteran. The Honorable Minister. Bridget, Thank you. You may proceed, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, thank you. We do want to confirm that indeed Admiral Gosov, as well as the tanker, the Russian tanker Kama, docked and participated. We do want to add, so that I don't have to deal with this question again, that China actually brought 3 vessels. They brought in their destroyer, their frigate, and their replenishment ship. We want to confirm that we participated in that exercise and that we only contributed to the SAS mandate and our personnel. Now, this was all done under Operation Musi. The first Operation Musi had taken place in 2019, and this was a second one, Musi 2, which had been in the planning, budgeted for, and was on schedule. Now, we also want to confirm to you in this house that there was no hypersonic or whatever missile tested or fired, because that was not the intention of the exercise. This exercise actually benefited the South African Navy more, not just the South African Navy, because we brought all 4 arms of our services to participate there. It benefited us in South Africa more than these ones who brought their vessels here, because the exercises were in 2 parts. We dealt with inshore, closer to the here home, with challenges there. We also dealt with the deeper ocean exercise. So we want to say that this was an exercise amongst and between 3 militaries that do have agreements, that have exercised together before. This was also the militaries whose countries are sovereign states that can take a decision to continue or not to continue with this exercise. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable R.N. Tebekulu.
Sihlalo egameni lenkosi ngicela ukuthatha lo mbuzo.
Yebo, ngawuthatha.
Okhuleka sisiphiki ngumntana enkosi into yakwethu into yamakhosi. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your response. At the heart of this matter is that South Africa continues on a business as usual trajectory in a moment of business unusual in the international community insofar as Russian relations are concerned because of invasion on Ukraine. Is it therefore prudent for South Africa to continue behaving in a manner which seeks to undermine the human rights violations which are taking place in Ukraine, actually joining military operations when Russia is at war? And so for us, it seems as if there is a heightened level of insensitivity to the challenges that currently prevail, notwithstanding the very neutral position that South Africa has taken on the Russian-Ukrainian war. Fair enough, it's your position. But then does this not compromise that position because it then sees South Africa taking a side, sees you being biased? And so whatever you want to achieve as an outcome is compromised by the fact that the partner in this exercise is currently invading another independent country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, for that question. No, in fact, we are not neutral at all. We took a stand as this country to go for dialogue, to go for mediation, to go for reconciliation and rebuilding. We have taken that stance. The head of state of this country continues to call on both the Russian president and the Ukrainian president. They continue to engage so that we can find that. We're not neutral at all. We are saying that we cannot continue to be used as Africa. We are a sovereign state. Now, are we neutral when we insist on peace and peace building? Are we neutral when we continue to call upon two warring people? We're not taking sides. We're not saying this one is wrong, this one is right.
We are not neutral at all because precisely the people who have not seen blood spilled, who have not felt the pain, will easily take sides. Some of us still have scars, psychologically and otherwise. And therefore, we would not want to see children in any country being exposed to what the children of Soweto, the children of Freiburg were exposed to. And that is why we insist that peace talks must ensure. It would actually behoove this parliament to remember that this parliament is leading the parliamentary group that is on the same agenda that is led by the Speaker of the National Assembly here, together with Namibia and another country, to try and as Africa and as African parliaments and states to say, you must talk. Now, you say that we are contributing. We're not contributing. We did not send troops. All those countries that have sent troops on either side, those are the people that you should be pointing a finger at. We are not sending troops.
Minister.
We continue to advocate for peace and for reconciliation.
Thank you. Honorable members, the second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable T.N. Mutle.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Minister, this matter of military exercise to exchange expertise and tactic has drawn a lot of public interest. Many a times there are inconsistencies around this matter as other countries when engaging in similar exercises, there are no concern, particularly from the extremist and right-wing parties in this house. For example, when the Americans were in our shores to undertake a joint military exercise with SANDF in July last year, there were never a question. Just for the benefit of all of us, can the minister elaborate on the purpose of these exercises and how they are carried out between countries, including military to military relations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is true. Not in the recent months, we've had exercises. With counterparts, we've had exercises with the United Kingdom. We have had exercises with China, with Nigeria, with Cote d'Ivoire, with Ghana, to mention a few. We have, in the recent few years, had exercises with Brazil. We have had exercises with the United States of America. We will continue to have these exercises. Now, we must also say to ourselves, who benefited from this exercise? It is the South African National Defence Force. Because through the budget cuts over the years, we've not been able to recapacitate. We've not been able to update our technologies. When these exercises take place, we are able, because then the crews are exchanged, we are able to then expose the members of the National Defence Force to the latest technologies, but we are also uniting the men who do battle. And I'm deliberately using the word men, because most of the times wars are not instigated by women. But once you've got leaders of defense forces across the world, knowing one another, exchanging, meeting, you begin to reduce distrust. You begin to be able to talk to the other fellows on the other side. So it is beneficial for South Africa. It is beneficial for this region, because you will also remember, Honorable Mutle, that our coastal responsibilities span across the two oceans. They go as far as Angola. We have been approached by the AU and the UN to extend up to Ivory Coast. We go up to Tanzania on the other side.
Thank you,
So we are
Honorable
very
Minister.
busy.
Honorable members, the third supplementary question has been asked by Honorable S.J. F. Mares.
Thank you, Chair. Minister,
We both know that our Navy could not prepare for this exercise, as reflected by the reports from your own department, with no Operation Corona and Copper patrols due to unavailability of vessels. We have no capabilities that could have benefited from the presence of the Admiral Gorshov. The Minister of Finance implied that the international consequences were not properly considered. The only logical purpose seems to be a propaganda platform for Russia's war against Ukrainian civilian targets. This will damage access to our most important trade and investment opportunities and exacerbate our economic hardship. Minister, what were your objective considerations when you allowed this exercise to proceed, knowing very well our own limitations, the expected international backlash, and the negative economic consequences? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Mare would have been chairperson, the first one to tell us that we have incurred expenses if we had cancelled this exercise, because it was planned for. It is also not absolutely true that we contributed nothing. Yes, it is true that our vessels have been listing, they have been held at the dock, they have not been. And that is precisely why the men and women of the Defense Force, who are a capability and a resource for this country, needed to get an opportunity to be involved and to learn and to exercise with those that have the wherewithal. Now, it is also true that when we look at it, who are we talking about when we are saying we are damaging the chances of growing our economy? The Americans? We are in touch with the Americans. They have offered us their oryxes. We intend to go and fetch them. It has nothing to do with the bilateral relations between two nations or three nations. It has to be understood that we do need to grow the economy, and that is why we're running around re-establishing and making arrangements for the South African defense industry to wake up so that we can then make sure that we get from the defense an injection into the economy of South Africa. So I would not agree, ma'am, that the exercise was futile. I would agree that as a sovereign state, we can listen to what the other powers are saying. What the honorable member should be saying is that perhaps the insistence of a little corner country run by blacks, insist that it is sovereign, insist that it will have a voice, insist that it will not back out, will honor its responsibility and its bilateral relations with the US, with the UK, with Germany, with everybody else, but will be able to say, but we are sovereign.
Thank you. The last supplementary question, honorable members, will be asked by Honorable EFF. We didn't reserve the name. Oh, we shall pass. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your understanding. Question number 1 has been asked by Honorable PJ Groenewald to the Honorable Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, ma'am. The response to this question is no. We will not issue regulations that will exclude genuinely qualified military veterans. Members will remember that in December, we sent the regulations for this pension to Parliament, and we have since publicized them. We have since received comments from a variety of military veterans associations across the country and individuals. We are looking at the merits of the comments, and we are also taking them case by case to make sure that finally the views from all this constituency of defense and military veterans is taken on board. We will then want to reiterate that the current pension benefit as defined in the 2011 Military Veterans Act is a non-contributory benefit and is meant to cushion destitute military veterans who had never had an opportunity to contribute to any kind of pensions during their lifetime because of their circumstances. Now, the challenge that has come to us is that you do have former members of the TBVC, you have the Cape Coloureds who have also come to us. We are also aware that there are some members of the old SADF Defense Force who are destitute. So we are saying that we are taking all these inputs together, case by case, and we, within our powers, we will make sure that military veterans are not shamed, are looked after. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you. In terms of rule number 137 of 10A, honorable vessels will make a follow-up for second supplementary question. First, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister for the response. I think we would all agree that it is a disgrace that in terms of the Military Veterans Act of 2011, the provision was then made for these benefits and to, as the Minister put it, be a cushion for those who can't afford and are in those positions. But it is a shame that up until this date, those pensions have not been paid, that there's no budget for those pension benefits. And then, Minister, my question is, I hear what you are saying, that no statutory forces or military veterans will be excluded. What is worrying is that the regulations published by yourself and signed by yourself on the 7th of December, 2022, does have an item 22A2 that does say that the only military veterans eligible for these benefits under these regulations are non-statutory forces. If one goes and look at the definition of a military veteran in terms of the Military Veterans Act of 2011, it is, however, so that military veterans are defined as statutory and non-statutory, including all sides of the South African Liberation War and who served in the Union Defence Force and who became members of the South African National Defence Force. And I would then want to ask the Minister that if she is saying that nobody will be excluded, that are restituted and do deserve this benefit, if she will then amend the draft regulation as was signed and published by herself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable vessels, indeed, we're looking at the Military Veterans Act of 2011. You may be aware that we are looking at amendments to that act. I have also just said that that act and the pension that we're now looking at was looking at the non-contributory. Now, when people integrated in 1994 and the lists were compiled and people, there was an understanding that all the fighting forces that were integrating were bringing their people with their packages into the now new South African National Defence Force. The understanding was that anybody who came from the former statutory forces, TBVC, SADF, would be coming in with their former contributions from their former, and that those would then continue within the now new ones. Those who came from the former non-statutory had nothing, they had not been earning. They had been putting their lives on the line. And therefore, primarily, you would then start saying, how do I equate these military veterans? But when we started distributing houses, we did become aware, at least in the Northwest, that there were other soldiers who did not come from the former non-states who needed housing, and they were given the houses. And that is why we are saying we need to be looking at this. But we also must say that one of the things that we are looking very carefully at in the amendment is that we will not go away from policing the means test. In other words, It doesn't matter whether I am from the non-states, if I can afford, if I can live, I must not occupy a house that can go to somebody who really needs it.
Thank you.
And that
Honorable
is why we
Minister.
will continue to do that, but we will be relooking.
Thank
at
you.
this.
The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable T.I. Lehwase. Honorable Lehwase. Okay, we shall proceed, honorable members. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M.L. Shelembe. There's a hand, 1 second, Honorable Shelembe. You may take your seat, I'll come back to you. Honorable
I take a
Khater.
question on behalf of Mr. Lepasi.
Okay, you may.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, may you update on the development around the amendment of the Military Services Act to clarify this issue of definition and benefits of military veterans? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Ngiyabonga. Sounds like a new one, but let's go for it. It is true, honorable member, that we are looking at that. And just as by the way, because I must also come back to a little point which I forgot to respond to. It is that, in fact, when I became Minister of Defense, I was assured that there was a budget line for this particular pension. And that is why we were very clear that we can backdate this pension. Now, we are also looking within the department. The department, I lead it, but I can say that the department has thus far been dysfunctional, and therefore the distribution towards the people who really need the benefit has not gone according to plan. And that is why you will have found that we are busy trying to fix that. It is housing, it is health services, it is education that we think are the most crucial towards the military veterans. So we have been looking at that, looking at the budget, seeing how we can prioritize and reprioritize. We are also looking at the skill set that sits within the department that has been making us unable to go out there and to reach out to the community that we are supposed to session. You will also notice that we are taking a stand as the department, the Deputy Minister and myself, with when it comes to the Department of Military Veterans. We are hoping to come back to Parliament and say, indeed, the process that we have started to fix the department is on track. But even as we fix, we want to ensure that the veterans do not suffer.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M.L. Shelembe. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, your draft military veterans regulations dated 7 November 2022 excluded statutory forces on the DMV database and is not in compliance with the intention of the Military Veterans Act to provide pension benefits to all military veterans. Such exclusion may be challenged in the court of law and further delay the rolling out of pension benefits, which is already delayed by 11 years since the enactment of the Act. Minister, when will you officially withdraw these regulations and replace them with the constitutional one and the Military Veterans Act compliance and roll out the pension benefits to the military veterans? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I have said that we have been taking inputs from the public, both military and non-military. I am not going to withdraw those regulations which we sent here because I am saying that we will update depending on what we find out there. We have already been taking and hearing from the Cape Corcalates. We are making sure that whatever it is that we will put as the final regulations will actually meet up with that. But when you take a decision that you are going to spend, you must also be very clear that you have the resources to cover that which you say you will do. So shouldn't we be taking a look at those who are desperately in need of the pensions and proceeding to give them that? So that when you take a bigger chunk, you are able to continue. So if we withdraw, then it means we really do work into delay. We want to proceed with what we have to give the military veterans who are destitute, who have nowhere to stay, their benefits. We want to say that we will continue to do what we think is in the best interest of the men and women who really need this. We are also, I am reiterating that it is not all military veterans, those who can afford will not pass the means test, and therefore they shall be excluded whether they come from the non-states or the statutory forces of the past. They will be. Now, a member of the South African National Defence Force who retires now, who has been in the South African National Defence Force, that is where I am going, because I want to know what their contributions for the years that they, before they came in, when they were in SADA, for instance, or in the Bophuthatswana Defence Force, what happened to their contributions to the pensions? What happened to their leave between? Because you cannot equate the two, because they're not equal.
Thank you. Honorable members, the last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable EFF. We shall pass.
Pass, and 30 minutes is exhausted.
Okay, thank you very much.
30 minutes.
Honorable members, we shall proceed to question number 21 that has been asked by Honorable VC Kaba to the Honorable Minister of Defense and Military Veteran.
Thank you, Chairperson. The question wants to know what our plans are. Maybe the reason we want to grow the South African defense industry is because without it, the National Defense Force is in disarray. Our capabilities are down. We cannot depend on Treasury to give us all the money that we need. Our IP has flown. But even if the IP had not flown, we do need as a country to bring in more resources, more money into the defense industry for innovation, for upgrades, and for whatever. Because we know that a healthy South African defense industry contributes even more than the other parts of the economy towards the fiscus. When you look at the records of the NCACC, the volumes of trade, even if it is a small article, usually contributes more. So we're running around the world. We are creating partners between countries. We are also running around the world, company to company that ask us to mediate, we do so. We have also said to the South African defense industry, whatever it is product that they have, as we go across the countries, like all the other ministers of defense, we shall carry their pamphlets, we shall be their marketeers. But we have also said whatever they produce, we shall be their guinea pigs as the National Defense Force. We shall be their salespeople. We shall use the products of South Africa, because for the rent that runs around South Africa, you can create more jobs. So we're interested in creating more jobs. We're interested in attracting young people into the defense industry, not only to carry arms, but to actually think about the weapons of the future and the defense of this country. Now, if the defense industry does not come to the party, the quality and the fight that I've been talking about sovereignty means nothing, because a country that cannot defend its integrity and sovereignty is nothing.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable VC Kaba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, I agree with you that a capable defense industry is a key part of any country's sovereign capability. It provides the ability to sustain equipment in service and a level of strategic independence. The challenges facing DENEL threaten not only the defense industry, but also the defense capability. We note and welcome the turnaround strategy that the Denel board has developed to restore Denel and ensure that it assumes its catalytic role in the defense industry. In view of your positive response and the call for the realignment between Denel on one hand and the Department of Defense and AMSCO on the other, what progress has been made in responding to the call to migrate Denel from the Department of Public Enterprises to the Department of Defense? Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I have tasked the AMSCO to come up with a strategy that will not only unite, but also sharpen the skills within AMSCO itself, and also be that salesperson on behalf of the defense industry. We have also said to them, we want a survival strategy for the South African defense industry. We have said that more money must go into research and development. We have started talking to the CSIR also to come to the party so that you bring all the legs together. We have also been challenging the universities that are in technology in the country to work together with the defense industry so that we become this strong network that will create the survival net of all our resources. We are also working on the proposed Intellectual Property Act so that we now begin to protect better the IP of the South African defense industry and the defense, because defense also has where it has contributed. We have approached cabinet. I'm not sure whether okay. We have also raised the issue of the migration of Denel so that it just stops being a business entity and begins to do what it was established to do. Denel was not set up to be just any other business entity and to be treated like that. It was a strategic group of companies under the umbrella of and supervision of AMSCO and the Department of Defense, making sure that whatever else happens, that the South African Defense Force was well catered for. That is where we want to take it. But under Denel and for what we need, we're also looking at
Thank you,
hoof
Honorable
hasting
Minister.
and so on and so forth.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mare. Honorable SIF Mare. Yes, it's you.
JF Murray. Thank you very much,
Oh,
Chair.
okay.
Minister, we have defense industry companies with advanced technological and defense prime mission equipment capabilities, all of who want to assist us to rebuild our defense capabilities, to grow our economy and to create jobs. Some companies with majority shares owned by military veterans can do an excellent job to maintain and upgrade our old prime mission equipment, and some are supplying the world with the most advanced technologies and prime mission equipment. What are the reasons you have agreed to a MOU with the Chinese company Polytechnologies in Dubai, when the same, if not better, are available from our own defense industry? What is your message then to our defense industry who are desperately in need for similar support from you? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Mare, in Dubai, we met South African defense industries. In Dubai, we sorted out the differences amongst the defense industry with AMSCO, amongst themselves and with ourselves. In Dubai, we teamed up. And I want to put it here categorically. There were times when I actually forced companies that were interested in doing business with South African defense industry that refused to sign up with Denel because of its past history. And therefore, merging companies and creating partners with other entities out there is also a source of expansion for the South African defense industry. We will soon be invited to go and look at India and to start a plant as in partnership. Should we say no? Because we are protecting an industry here, or should we take the industry in South Africa and go and partner it with another country? That is the exercise we are doing. We're not going to throw away the industry here. We need it to survive as defense. But we also need them to grow, to feel the challenges. You are right. Some of the IP, some of the vehicles which went, I actually was in one of them. Marveled at the improvements which, after the IP had flown out of here, the other countries have done. South Africans out there, I addressed companies of South Africa here who are allowing us not to have the OEMs. I addressed, and therefore, now before we end the year, in fact, we are aiming for by the end of March to have the South African defense industry in Daba, where we can begin to get everybody back again, focusing, fighting together, seeing opportunities.
Thank you, Honorable
and,
Minister.
and trading, Honor Makar.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, just for record purposes, EFF have requested to step down in terms of their allocation of time, and also the fourth supplementary question, we didn't receive any request from any party. That will brings us to question number 50, which has been asked by Honorable M.L. Shelembe to the Minister of Defense and the Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, yes, thank you. And Honorable Shelembe is asking if we have been informed about the housing that has been that has gone to people who should not be getting that. I have not been formally informed. I am aware that the Department of Housing was in the Free State and came across cases of alleged, I'll use the word hijacking of the houses meant for the military veterans. We are tightening up the screws. One of the things that we have started doing is even start within the department itself. We are insisting that no member who is under the employ of the military veterans department, him, her relatives will actually get any housing from us. They are meant for the military vets there. We are also going to clean up, but we are also very clear that only the people who have their bona fides cleared up, who have their records known to the department, can access the housing. And so we are going to deal with housing fraud. And if any member of the staff in the DMV is found, they have been told last week, they will face DC, they will exit the department. So we're going to clean up on that. And we intend to make sure that the houses are of a standard that befits the military vets. And we will make sure that the military vets themselves do not abuse this benefit, because we are also aware that some people have received the second and the third house. So even as we want to deal with ensuring that the military veterans are covered housing-wise, we do not want they themselves to abuse this benefit. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. The follow-up first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M.L. Shelembe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, the Military Veterans Act and its regulations clearly stipulates that a military veteran who has been convicted of rape, murder, robbery, theft, or high treason committed after 27 April 1994 and sentenced to imprisonment for a period exceeding 5 years without the option of a fine is disqualified from receiving any benefits provided for in the Act and its regulations. Now, Minister, given that the Department of Military Veterans has already allocated houses to military veterans who were not vetted, What action are you going to take should it happen that those unvetted military veterans, should it happen that those unvetted military veterans are, do not qualify to benefit from those houses? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Shalembe is right. Unless a military veteran has applied for and had that record expunged, they do not qualify. But so do even the regular forces. What we have not been consistent in doing in this country is to go after rogues, whether they are in the military or in the public administration. We do not intend to allow them to continue. So that is why that vetting is important for us, so that we exclude those who do not qualify or no longer qualify, so that we can then deal with issues of fraud. Now, where we will find that this member is occupying and should not be occupying, I do not want, as I stand here, to say this is the action we will take. We'll look at the legalities and we will take appropriate action. But I can assure you that with our eyes open, conscious that this person is committing a crime, fraud, we shall not allow it.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M. Mutabo.
Honorable Chairperson, with your permission, may I kindly switch off my video?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The process of providing benefits to military veterans will always be a complex one. However, Honorable Minister, the positive progress registered in providing benefits to military veterans as led by the then Deputy President are noted. My question is, what measures will be put in place to update the military veterans database to ensure a seamless process of providing benefits to military veterans? Thank you, Chairperson.
You, the Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The vetting process, led by General Maswal, is in place. What has happened is that that process was deliberately disturbed, but it has to continue. What we need to do is to enforce the requirements that all the veterans meet the standards. It does not matter who I know or who I relate to. If I do not qualify, I do not qualify. And that is the end of it. We want to make sure that the veterans get their benefits. If we have a budget line, we must justify why we are going to go back to Treasury. Treasury has given us an allocation for pensions. Let the members get allocations. Treasury says that we are beginning to look at the beneficiaries, the wife, the descendants. We are beginning to even do that so that we can cover the veterans as far as we can do. We are questioning some of the benefits that are coming to the fore. I would rather build houses for military veterans rather than give them iPads. I would rather see them feeding their stomachs, looking dignified, looking after their children if they are deceased, rather than see them carrying expensive phones. And therefore we're looking at that. What we're doing is also make sure that the communication between the veteran himself, herself, and the department is dynamic, and that is why training has been allocated. And those who are young enough, reskilling has been given to the military veterans. If the reskilling enables these military veterans to get beyond the restrictions of the capped amount, then it will free us to look after even a bigger group of veterans because they will exit this. We have also gone into partnerships with other departments, agriculture, and so on and so forth, to make sure that we can actually line up the opportunities.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Honorable members, Order. I request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day and the House is adjourned.